scandals she's dodged.
Go.
Are you sure that's a good idea, Mr. President?
Go now! How quickly we turn into savages. Is this the moment we walk through these prison doors?
You tried to have me killed.
Yes, it would have been cleaner that way, but you got what you wanted, given the condition that you was in.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. James Gunn just dropped a first look at the new Green Lantern HBO series for Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. They've been filming for a little while, and they finally started talking more about what's going on during the actual episodes. So everybody's wondering what James Gunn was going to do with his new era of Green Lantern, since it's been so long since Ryan Reynolds' movie and Zack Snyder tried to do a version of Jon Stewart during the Justice League Snyder Cut. If you remember that, the studio actually tried to block him from doing that.
It's hard to come to terms with a violent nature. What get your hands on somebody else? Maybe a little bit scared. Scared about what that means. Retribution. That's the closest any of us will ever get to justice.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. This will be my Daredevil Born Again Episode 4 trailer video. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. They're changing the schedule.
Listen up, there's a time rift tearing through our timeline. It's going to pull in a bunch of 1980s heroes.
Heroes in the 40s were better. Who are these guys?
Except all we've tracked so far are mullets, a black car, a van with a red stripe. We've got a supercar, a super helicopter, a super team, and a super genius.
Well, that all sounds super.
And a green hawk too.
face. What's...
No.
We're out of Pringles. Just blow in the can.
Are those mustaches?
Yeah.
Secret keeps me fresh for those long flights, and it's totally little seat approved.
Humanity is at a tipping point. We stand at a crossroads of accelerating change unlike anything ever seen in the history of life. It feels as if the future could tip either way. Between utopia and apocalypse. The risks we face are daunting, but beneath the rampant pessimism for our future is evidence that humanity can not only survive the coming centuries, but thrive deep into the future. No one knows what comes next, but there are three broad paths our future could take. The first is collapse. A major catastrophe threatens the downfall of civilization and possibly even extinction of the human race. Second is plateau, where mankind averts collapse but hits an upper limit of progress. And third is transcendence, where humanity reaches its full potential, multiplies into the trillions, or transforms along the way into something entirely unimaginable. Envisioning these futures will clarify the risks we face and the promise we have as we step into an unpredictable new era for planet Earth and for ourselves. Mankind is no stranger to catastrophe. Our ancestors have survived asteroid impacts, ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, and deadly plagues, each time bouncing back to new heights. But our biggest threats no longer come from the natural world. They come from ourselves. Since the dawn of nuclear weapons, the threats of self-destruction have come to dwarf all others. By some estimates, the risk of causing our own extinction is over 300 times higher than extinction by natural causes. The Future of Life Institute identifies 4 main risks to our survival: nuclear war, climate change, biotechnology, and AI. To comprehend the gravity of these risks, we have to envision their worst possible outcomes. The soot from a large-scale nuclear war could cool global temperatures by nearly 10 degrees and wipe out up to 63% of the population. We have made strides in reducing nuclear stockpiles, but there are nearly 10,000 warheads still in existence. Currently, we are on track to heat the Earth by around 2.7 degrees by 2100, which could displace over 1 billion people. But in the worst case, we could trigger CO2 tipping points and cause up to 12 degrees of warming in the coming centuries. Biotechnology has the potential to solve major crises like food scarcity and disease, but could give small groups of people the power to cause global disaster. In theory, the release of a designer pathogen could have an even higher death toll than a global nuclear war. But the hardest risk to gauge stems from AI. It's the first threat we face that we may not be able to outsmart. It could become a powerful ally, or it could ultimately outcompete us for the world's resources and push humanity into obscurity. Navigating this new risk landscape will be the biggest challenge we have yet faced. And new unknown threats are bound to materialize the more we progress. But despite the potential for large-scale human tragedy, few of these risks on their own are likely to lead to a total extinction. In fact, we may be one of the least endangered species on Earth. Our sheer numbers and broad distribution have given us a geographical buffer against extinction. We inhabit every corner of the Earth, from desert to tundra and tiny isolated islands, which could act as natural quarantines in case of global disaster. Even if 99.9% of humans were eliminated in some catastrophe, 8 million of us would remain, more than existed for most of our history. And although we are slow to reproduce, we no longer rely on the glacial pace of natural selection to adapt. Technology gives us the power to adapt thousands of times faster than any other species in the history of life. Lastly, our generalist diets allow for a wide flexibility in food sources, a trait that was critical to survivors of past mass extinctions. Ultimately, the threat of collapse hinges on one question: how resilient is civilization? How big of a hit can we take and keep going? The Black Death of 1347 killed up to half the population of Europe and 1/10 of people globally. But even this did not derail human progress, and it was followed by the scientific revolution just 200 years later. The same proportional hit today would wreak havoc on our interconnected global economy. But as long as our infrastructure and knowledge remained, we could still rebound and maintain an upward momentum. If we suffered a collapse steep enough to extinguish global industry, it would make for a much longer, more precarious recovery. And if we somehow lost the capability for agriculture and were pushed back to hunter-gatherer lifestyles, the Earth could only support 10 million of us. Our population as it was 100 centuries ago. At minimum, there would need to be between 100 and 5,000 survivors to successfully repopulate the Earth. Below that level, the bottleneck would be too tight, and we might never recover. To comprehend what's at stake, we have to confront what extinction would actually mean. Our greatest threat comes not from a single disastrous event, but from the compounding effects of disasters that overlap and mix together in unpredictable ways. In 2009, two researchers conducted a thought experiment to see what it would take to drive humanity to complete extinction. Phase 1 sees a rapid crash in human population from global warfare and collapse of global industry and agriculture. Phase 2 sees the exhaustion of remaining natural resources over the following 2 centuries. And Phase 3 envisions a downward spiral of ecosystem collapse, punctuated by a supervolcano eruption, leaving the last remaining bands of humanity unable to cling on any longer. Such an outcome would not only be tragic for the loss of life, but for the loss of future potential life. Billions or even trillions of our potential descendants would never materialize. Distant planets would go unexplored. It would mark the end of music, poetry, and art in our corner of the galaxy, and possibly in the entire universe. The Svalbard Global Seed Bank in Norway now holds over 1 million seed specimens for over 4,000 species of plant, which could someday be a critical resource for rebuilding civilization. But there's an even better place to build a vault like this.
Downy Light adds a subtle, fresh scent to your wash, unlike everything else in the world, which always seems to smack you with
It's maple bacon musk.
nice, or smother you with margarita pool party. Oh, or explode with.
Madsci-Piece Citrus Fresh.
So while other scents can overwhelm, Downy Light is a balanced, nature-inspired scent that's gentle on skin to breathe life into your laundry.
Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash with 10 times more vitamin B3 complex.
Many Canadians are facing housing challenges.
Saving for a down payment can feel out of reach.
The Government of Canada has programs that help open doors to housing affordability.
When a kid cold becomes a mom cold, I'll be ready to fight my cold symptoms with Tylenol Complete.
Some have proposed lunar arcs that would store genetic samples in lava tubes beneath the moon's surface. Here, they would be protected from global disaster, erosion, micrometeorites, and solar radiation. But the best way to secure our long-term survival is to take the leap that no other life form has ever taken. To become a multiplanetary species. Once a self-sustaining civilization is established on another planet, the chances of our extinction will plummet. We will carry our flaws with us, and we will face new and unknown risks the further we stray from Earth. But it will be worth it. A sustainable interplanetary civilization will be the foundation for a long and prosperous future. But is this higher future actually in reach? Or are we at the peak of our powers? How far can we go? In theory, it's possible that civilization will hold the status quo for the indefinite future, avoiding both collapse and transformation. There could be unforeseen barriers that keep us in a kind of uneasy stasis. But in reality, plateau will be a temporary state at best. In the short term, exponential changes in technology and Earth's climate will force civilization into new directions. And the further we push into the future, the greater the disruptions we will face. In the next few 100,000 years, we are due to face supervolcano eruptions and a new ice age, even if we burn every ounce of fossil fuels and bake the Earth. Without active climate management, the glaciers will have their revenge, as mile-thick sheets of ice steamroll huge swaths of North America and Europe. It's believed that around every 27 million years, Earth experiences a cyclical mass extinction caused by the sun passing through the asteroid-dense middle region of our galaxy. And around 1 billion years from now, the brightening of the sun will make Earth too hot for photosynthesis, and the oceans will slowly boil away, snuffing out all life on our planet. Modern civilization will not survive these events without a deep transformation. One option will be to let nature run its course on Earth and move to off-world habitats. Bishop rings are circular megastructures that could house over 1 billion people. They could provide over 3 million square kilometers of land, as much as India or Argentina. They could be built with lightweight carbon nanotubes, and their rotation would generate enough gravity to hold their own atmosphere. But if we decide to stay earthbound, we are not at the mercy of our planet. We have the power to write its future. Despite all the dangers we face, utopian futures are well within reach, and sooner than we might think. To our ancestors, our current powers would appear godlike. But everything we've achieved so far may pale in comparison to what comes next. Since the Industrial Revolution, technological progress has been radically improving the human condition in every critical way. Worldwide, quality of life is at an all-time high. We don't perceive these positive trends as clearly due to our negativity bias, which evolved to make us extra attentive to negative information. But the forward momentum is undeniable. Our course correction to a sustainable civilization now appears unstoppable. The costs of solar and wind energy are falling faster than expert predictions, making them often cheaper than fossil fuels. At the same time, converging advancements in AI and biotech are pointing toward a radical enhancement of human well-being. Already, projects like AlphaFold are discovering the structures of pathogens and treatments for cancer far faster than humans could. There are over 10,000 diseases that are caused by single gene mutations, and gene editing tools like CRISPR have the potential to cure all of them. These upward trends are multiplying the human potential many times over. We are now the healthiest, wealthiest, freest, most educated, most advanced population of humans to ever exist. If these trends hold, we could gain the power to regenerate limbs, eliminate all disease, and possibly extend our lifespans indefinitely, putting us on the brink of the most radical transformation in our history. Achieving these breakthroughs will require technological leaps that the human mind alone cannot make. But already, NASA has begun to use AI to design mission hardware, outperforming human designs by a factor of 3. It's also being pioneered in the development of cleaner biofuels and drought-resistant crops, which could be critical in the fight against climate change. And this is just the start. We are witnessing the beginning of an intelligence explosion, which could lead to an artificial superintelligence that far exceeds human capabilities, able to solve complex problems that have defied humanity. Aligning it to human values will be a huge and novel challenge. It will be a vital step, not just for the enormous prosperity it could bring, but to counter the threat of malicious AIs. A safely aligned superintelligence should be a prime objective for human progress. If we can safely harness the power of AI for human betterment, then we can paint a utopian future our ancestors could hardly fathom. A future free of disease and hunger, where biotechnology has stabilized the climate and biodiversity. Where abundant clean energy is developed in concert with AI. Where breakthroughs in rocketry and material science have propelled humans to distant planets and moons. And where new tools for artistic and musical expression open new frontiers of beauty, experience, and understanding. And all of this could be just the prologue to an even grander future. If our energy use continues its exponential growth, we could eventually control more energy than the Earth itself receives, becoming a Type 1 civilization. Are we?
Want to get the most out of one sheet? Grab Bounty. It's inspired by a dishcloth, and you can ditch the mess when you're done. Bounty, quicker picker-upper.
A&W stackers are here, starting at just $3.99 at A&W.
iPhone 16e is designed to be future-proof. The A18 chip will help it feel fast for years, while the battery will last all day. Great for you and future you. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
If you served, support is available for you and your family.
That's life. People say you're riding high in April.
A recent study shows this could occur as soon as the year 2371. And by maintaining 3% yearly growth, we would reach Type 2 in just a few thousand years, able to control all the energy from the sun. If our species survives until the death of the sun in 5 billion years, it could lead to the existence of some 600 quadrillion people. And by colonizing space, vastly more still could come into existence. Something like 100,000 trillion people in the Milky Way. But the farther we spread into space and time, the more different we will become. It's possible that we will splinter into multiple species, each with a different tolerance for change. Some may choose to merge with our machines into a new hybrid species, rejecting natural selection in favor of technological evolution. While others may choose to remain fully biological. This splintering would mark the first time since the Neanderthals that more than one human-like species walked the Earth. And if we ever come to digitize our consciousness, human identity could branch into an infinite number of varieties. As we grow into new, more powerful forms, we will eventually have to confront a profound question. What is our ultimate purpose in the universe? We could aim for the lofty goal of colonizing the entire galaxy, of becoming a Type 3 civilization and reordering the Milky Way to our own designs. We could aim to outlive the stars themselves in some 100 trillion years. But these far-off dreams are not for us to realize. If they are ever achieved, it will be by some distant descendant of ours, evolved far beyond their human roots. Instead, perhaps humanity's ultimate goal should be a more personal one. To save the Earth, the little rocky planet where it all began. By pulling Earth away from the expanding sun, we could prolong the game of life by billions of years. This could be done by building a giant conductive counterweight on the far side of the moon. The process would take millions of years, but it would be a truly worthy goal. To offset the destruction we have caused and keep life flourishing for eons more. A final act of redemption for humanity. Only the worst case scenarios can stop us. If we can avoid them, we have the potential to seed a vast new branch of life that could outgrow Earth itself and spread across the universe. If there is one lesson our history can teach us, it's to never underestimate the human race.
Liberal leader Mark Carney has quite the resume, but let's take a closer look. He was vice chair at Brookfield when they evicted tenants and raised rents to boost corporate landlord profits. And he was caught lying about Brookfield's environmental record to make more money for investors. For Carney, making the rich richer is just another day at the office. That's a big red flag. Mark Carney, in it for billionaires, not for working people. That didn't hurt at all.
Relentless, wasteful to our image. How can something of our own creation grow so vast it escapes our own comprehension, our own control?
It's just ceaseless, you know. It keeps going, and there's no way you can turn it off. It consumes everything. You just happen to be in the middle of it.
The damn factories have a mind of their own. They're constantly producing these enormous flying diggers and warships, and they're taking over everything. The land, the sea, the sky.
Executives back home, they just keep feeding us lies. The machines never stop. So we're stuck here in the middle of it all, and they want us to keep working like this. It's bullshit.
The Continental Alliance say they still need us, but shit, man. These factories, they don't stop, they don't care. All you see there are these diggers everywhere. They just keep coming and coming.
With a gravity slightly gentler than planet Earth, and a terrain rich in metals and liquid hydrocarbons, Solstice 5 was the perfect candidate for the Continental Alliance to establish as one of their main large-scale manufacturing complexes. Unconcerned by its ecosystem and motivated by unquenchable thirst to control the environment, colossal, entirely autonomous plants were raised from the ground. Mothers to mammoth machines built to crush, drill, and annihilate. The rich earth of Solstice 5 was shattered, its landscapes disfigured and scarred, its riches harvested, gathered, and transformed. Landscapes that took millions of years to form were wiped out in a single stroke, and the resources allocated for one single purpose: endless production.
I've seen how the warships get built. It's like watching some kind of giant layered manufacturing machine. Sometimes you look away for just a second, next thing you know, there's a brand new cruiser floating above your head. 5, 6 a day. It's crazy, man. It just never stops.
Ultimately, this seemingly unbreakable monolith that was the Continental Alliance collapsed under its own weight, revealing its frail and cracked foundation. The automated factories were left untouched and running, while the workers were left in the dark. Indeed, the extensive reach of the Continental Alliance, spanning far and wide, made it simply unfeasible to pull the plug on such a complex system.
The factories are perfect and stable, just as they've always been. We created them to perform specific sets of tasks, which they perform perfectly. This is one of the biggest achievements of mankind, and it is thanks to the Continental Alliance.
They don't tell us any
anything anymore. The factories are still producing for no reason like they have for so many years. And the truth is, nobody can actually stop that from happening. It's the end of the alliance, they say. So what? Alliance, not the alliance, doesn't even matter anymore. It's like the world doesn't even know this is happening. And we're so far from home.
Symbols of our inordinate desire to reach permanency in a transitional world, too complex to be shut down and easy to ignore. The factories were left untouched, perfectly fulfilling their purpose of giving birth to never-ending seas of purposeless machines.
Yeah, the aircraft carrier fields cover most of the land now. So sometimes when we arrive, we can't even bring out our excavators because every square inch of land is covered by ships. It's crazy, man. So, we just turn around. We go back home. It's a shit ton of wasted fuel, man. What was their great plan? They bombed all the factories. I swear to God, once the smoke cleared, the factories just carried on, unaffected.
There were no casualties. Only empty factories and cruisers were targeted. We would never jeopardize the safety of our workers.
We thought we were part of something important, We came all the way here chasing promises of a better future. But instead of witnessing its birth, we found ourselves entwined in its demise. Between worlds, in between times. It's tragic to realize that the only thing that matches the enormity of this situation is its failure.
This is a testimony to our resilient nature in the face of adversity. Should we not stay proud? Should we?
For all its material advantages, the sedentary life has left us edgy.
The Apocalypse of John. Revelation. They call it the end of the world. The final book of the Bible. A cryptic, chaotic vision of destruction, judgment, and rebirth. It's been studied, feared, and misinterpreted for nearly 2,000 years. Wars have been fought in its name. Cults have risen and fallen on its prophecies. It has been a tool of manipulation, a beacon of hope, and a riddle that refuses to be solved. Revelation is unlike any other book in the Bible. It is a mystery.
Can't get around you, hey, yeah. Round and round, round and round, the world just keeps on turning, baby. Yeah.
Tel Abu Habab, Iraq. In the Iraqi desert, just 18 miles southwest of Baghdad, lie the ruins of ancient Babylonia. In 1881, archaeologists digging at the ancient site unearthed tens of thousands of stone tablets dating back to the 6th century BC. Amongst the finds was a bas-relief carving depicting the Mesopotamian sun god Shamash. This here is the Babylonian tablet of Shamash, which has this central disc right here with God Shamash right here and human beings right here. What's so cool in this depiction is that Shamash is shown as if he was some type of a giant, because he's much, much bigger than the rest of the people here. The enclosure has this type of a connection to the cosmos, because you have a depiction of the moon, the sun, and Venus. Now what I think is really cool is that up here you have the celestial being that is sort of holding on to this disc. The fact that this celestial being has these two ropes attached to this disc leads me to think about misunderstood technology.
The sun disk in the tablet of Shamash is described in the below text as such.
The disc was sent there or put there to be worshipped in place of Shamash. It was the access point for the ancient Babylonians to communicate with their gods, in particular the sun god Shamash.
This could actually be some method of communicating with the god himself. It is some form of a technology. Think of it as sort of a God button that the ancient Babylonians or Sumerians could push to be able to connect with Shamash.
If the actual sun disk depicted on the tablet is ever found among the ruins of ancient Babylonia, will we discover that it is some sort of technological device? Perhaps further clues can be found by examining the story of an Incan ruler who wore a disc which allowed him to wield the power of the gods.
Ready to ignite?
Pride blinded him. Rebel.
This.
In far off galaxies, galactic
Science's top 8. This.
We're in a war. You want to fight? Or you want to win?
They believe their actions will bring about freedom, but they only sow discord and destruction.
If you are hearing these words right now,
They say it's.
Police check.
and round, round and round, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Round and round, round and round.
a man who walks alone does not.
Round and round, round and round. Ooh, we'll be wild tonight, yeah. Ooh, baby, 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 baby. We'll be wild tonight, baby.
Most people live as prisoners of their own minds, trapped by fear, doubt, and hesitation. They wake up every day carrying invisible chains, believing that their limits are real. But you're here because you sense something different. You know there's another way, a path beyond what you've been told, a way to break free, to master not just your body, but your mind itself. You've been told that strength is in the body, that success comes from luck, that power belongs to the chosen few. But let me tell you the truth. True power is not in the fists. It is not in talent. It is in the mind. Every great warrior, every master, every unstoppable force in history knew this one thing. The mind is the weapon. The mind is the key. The difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary is not physical. It is mental. When you learn to control the mind, the body follows. When you learn to master your thoughts, your actions become unstoppable. And today, I will reveal 7 forbidden secrets. Secrets that will transform the way you think, act, and live forever. But be warned, once you learn these lessons, there is no going back. You will never see the world the same way again. The weak will fear this knowledge. The strong will embrace it. The question is, are you ready? 1. The warrior's mind. Destroy hesitation in an Instant. Hesitation is the silent killer of potential. It is the small pause before action that allows doubt to creep in, fear to take over, and opportunities to slip away. Many people live trapped in hesitation. They overthink, they question themselves, they wait for the perfect moment. But my friend, there is no perfect moment. There is only now. The difference between success and failure, between action and regret, is often just a single second of hesitation. When I strike, I do not think of the strike. I am the strike. The movement is not separate from me. It is part of me. It flows effortlessly, without resistance, without delay. This is what you must train your mind to do, not just in combat, but in life. When an opportunity presents itself, do not waste time analyzing every possibility. Trust your instincts, make a decision, and commit to it fully. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to act. Imagine standing on the edge of a cold river, knowing you must jump in. The more you hesitate, the more your mind fills with excuses. What if it's too cold? What if I can't handle it? But the warrior's mind does not entertain these thoughts. The warrior sees the river, feels the fear, and jumps in anyway. The same rule applies to life. Whether it's starting a new career, pursuing a dream, or even speaking your mind, if you hesitate too long, the moment will pass, and all that will remain is regret. The key is to train yourself to move without delay. This does not mean acting recklessly, but rather trusting in your preparation and your ability. When you have studied, trained, and developed your skills, there is no need to second-guess yourself. Doubt is a distraction. Hesitation is a weakness. A true warrior sharpens his mind to recognize fear, acknowledge it, and move forward despite it. If you see an opportunity, take it. If you feel the need to act, act. If you have something important to say, say it. The longer you wait, the more power you give to fear. Train yourself to move decisively, and life itself will open its doors to you. 2. The invisible chains. Break free from mental traps. You are not limited by your body. You are limited by your mind. Most people do not realize that they live in a cage, but the bars are invisible. These are not physical restraints, but mental ones. Fears, doubts, limiting beliefs, and the opinions of others. These chains are not locked by force. They are held in place by your acceptance of them. Imagine a powerful elephant tied to a small rope. As a baby, it was trained to believe that the rope was unbreakable. It struggled and failed, and over time, it accepted that it could never escape. Now, as a full-grown elephant with immense strength, it does not even try to break free. The belief is stronger than any physical chain. My friend, most people live like this elephant. They are conditioned by their past failures, their fears, and the words of others. They believe they cannot achieve something simply because they have never done it before. But I tell you this, your limits are not real. They only exist if you accept them. You were not born afraid. You were not born doubting yourself. These are mental programs you have adopted over time, and just as they were created, they can be destroyed. You must train your mind to see beyond the illusion. Ask yourself, what is truly stopping you? Is it your body, or is it the voice in your head saying, I can't? Is it reality, or is it the fear of failure? Most obstacles are not physical, they are mental. The moment you decide to break free, you will see that there was nothing holding you back but your own thoughts. The greatest warriors, the most successful people, all have one thing in common. They refuse to be limited by what others think is possible. They refuse to let fear decide their actions. They do not wait for permission to be great. They simply act, believe, and move forward. If you wish to master yourself, start by breaking the chains in your mind. Stop telling yourself you can't. Stop accepting limits that do not exist. Stop living according to the fears of others. The door is open. The only thing keeping you inside is you. 3. Enter the no-mind zone. Unlock ultimate focus. Most people train their bodies, but few train their minds. They focus on strength, speed, and endurance, yet their thoughts remain scattered, unfocused, and weak. They do not realize that true mastery, whether in combat, in work, or in life, begins with the mind. The sharpest blade is useless in the hands of an unsteady warrior. The strongest body is powerless if the mind is filled with doubt. To achieve mastery, you must enter the no-mind state. This is a place where there is no hesitation, no doubt, no distraction, only pure action. The Japanese call this mushin. The Chinese call it wu-wei. It is the state of effortless action, where you do not force, you do not struggle, you simply flow. It is the mind of the master, the warrior, the artist. It is the secret to true focus. When I fight, I do not think. My body moves on its own. My strikes flow without effort. If I stop to think, even for a second, I slow down. I lose the moment. The same applies to anything in life. If you wish to achieve mastery, you must train yourself to eliminate unnecessary thoughts. You must learn to silence the noise in your mind and be fully present in the moment. But how do you do this? First, you must practice single-minded focus. In everything you do, commit to it fully. If you are training, train with all your energy. If you are reading, read with total attention. If you are speaking, speak with clarity and purpose. Too many people live with divided focus. They are always distracted, always thinking about something else. Their mind is never fully where they are. This is why they struggle, why they fail to reach their full potential. Second, you must learn to quiet the mind. Just as a still lake reflects the sky clearly, a calm mind sees reality without distortion. When your mind is still, your actions become precise, your thoughts become clear, and your decisions become powerful. Meditation, deep breathing, and controlled movement are all ways to train this. You must trust yourself. Doubt is the enemy of action. If you have prepared, if you have trained, if you have sharpened your mind, then there is no need to second-guess yourself. Move with certainty. Act with confidence. Flow with the moment. The no-mind state is not just for fighters, it is for anyone who wishes to achieve greatness. Whether in battle, in art, in business, or in daily life, the ability to clear the mind and focus completely is the key to success. Train your mind, and your body will follow. Master your focus, and you will master your destiny. 4. Pain is your weapon. Use discomfort to build power. Most people run from pain. They avoid discomfort, fearing it as if it is an enemy. But let me tell you something. Pain is not your enemy. It is your greatest teacher. The body may feel pain, but it is the mind that decides what pain means. The weak mind sees pain as a sign to stop, to retreat, to surrender. The strong mind, the warrior's mind, sees pain as a signal to grow. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. The raw metal is nothing but a shapeless mass at first. It must be hammered, heated, bent, and refined over and over again before it becomes a blade. Without fire, without pressure, without struggle, it would remain weak, unshaped, useless. The same applies to you. If you avoid pain, if you fear struggle, you will remain weak. But if you embrace it, if you use it to sharpen yourself, you will become unstoppable. When I trained, I pushed my body and mind beyond their limits every day. I would train until my muscles burned, until exhaustion screamed for me to stop. But I did not stop. Why? Because I understood that pain was not breaking me. It was building me. Every drop of sweat, every ache, every challenge was a step toward mastery. You must learn to see pain the same way. When you feel discomfort, do not complain. Welcome it. It means you are growing. It means you are testing your limits. And if you can push through it, those limits will expand. But pain is not just physical. The greatest pain often comes from the mind. The pain of failure, the pain of loss, the pain of rejection. Many people allow these pains to break them, to make them afraid, to stop them from trying again. This is a mistake. Failure is not the end. It is the beginning. Every loss teaches you something. Every setback prepares you for something greater. I was rejected in Hollywood. They told me there was no place for someone like me, that my ideas were too different. If I had let that pain stop me, I would have never succeeded. But instead, I used it. I let it drive me forward. If you want to be strong, you must train yourself to see pain not as suffering, but as fuel. When life tests you, do not back down. Do not break. Take the pain, absorb it, learn from it, and use it as power. If your body hurts from training, it is becoming stronger. If your heart aches from failure, you are learning resilience. If your mind struggles with doubt, you are at the edge of a breakthrough. The warrior does not run from pain. He stands in the fire and lets it transform him. The question is, will you? Think about this. Every time you experience pain, whether physical or emotional, you have a choice. You can let it defeat you, or you can let it refine you. Most people let pain push them into a corner, making them small, fearful, and hesitant. But the master uses pain to expand, to grow beyond his former self. The greatest athletes, the strongest warriors, the most successful minds all have one thing in common. They did not let pain stop them. They endured, they adapted, and they came out stronger on the other side. Pain is temporary, but growth is permanent. Do not seek a life without struggle. Instead, seek the strength to endure any challenge. Do not pray for an easy path. Pray for the power to walk the difficult one with unwavering determination. Pain is the fire that forges greatness, but only if you are willing to walk through it. Remember this, pain is proof that you are alive, proof that you are pushing yourself, proof that you are growing. Use it. Do not fear it. Let it shape you into the warrior you were meant to be. 5. The death touch of thought. Control your reality. Your thoughts are the most powerful weapon you possess. Every action you take, every word you speak, and every decision you make begins in your mind. Yet, most people do not realize that their thoughts are shaping their lives, either building them up or tearing them down. You may train your body to be strong, but if your mind is weak, you will still fall. I called it the death touch of thought, because just like a skilled fighter can end a match with a single precise strike, a single powerful thought can change the course of your life. Likewise, one negative thought allowed to grow can destroy everything you have built. Most people fail not because they are incapable, but because they have already lost in their minds before they even begin. They tell themselves, I am not good enough. I am not strong enough. I cannot do this. And so they don't. They have defeated themselves before they even stepped into the ring. Your mind is like fertile soil, and your thoughts are the seeds. Whatever you plant will grow. If you plant doubt, hesitation, and fear, you will harvest failure, weakness, and regret. But if you plant confidence, discipline, and determination, you will reap success, strength, and fulfillment. The choice is always yours. When I was young, I did not see limits. I only saw possibilities. I trained myself to think like a champion before I ever became one. I envisioned my success, I believed in my abilities, and I refused to let doubt enter my mind. You must do the same. If you wish to be great, you must think great thoughts. Do not allow negativity to take root in your mind. Cut it off before it spreads. A single doubt can grow into a wall that blocks your path. But a single belief, if nurtured, can become the bridge that carries you to victory. Consider this. The greatest warriors, the most successful people in history, all had one thing in common. They mastered their minds. They did not allow failure to break them. They did not allow fear to control them. They programmed their minds for success long before it became their reality. And that is what you must do. But how do you train your mind to control your reality? It begins with awareness. Pay attention to the words you tell yourself. Every time you say, I can't, replace it with, I will find a way. Every time you think, I am not strong enough, remind yourself, I am getting stronger every day. Do not let your mind become a battlefield of doubt. Instead, make it a fortress of unshakable belief. Train your mind every day just as you would train your body. Meditation, visualization, and positive affirmations are tools that can sharpen your thoughts. See yourself succeeding before it happens. Feel the victory before you achieve it. Believe in yourself so deeply that nothing can shake your confidence. Remember, your mind is the architect of your reality. If you believe you are weak, you will be weak. If you believe you are strong, you will become strong. If you believe you are destined for greatness, you will find a way to achieve it. But if you allow doubt, negativity, and fear to control you, you will remain trapped in a life that is less than what you are capable of living. Do not let weak thoughts control you. Master your mind, and you will master your destiny. This is the ultimate death touch, not on your opponent, but on the weaknesses that hold you back. The question is, will you use it? The power of thought goes beyond mere words. It influences your energy, your emotions, and the way you move through the world. If you constantly tell yourself you are tired, you will feel exhausted. If you tell yourself you are unlucky, life will seem full of obstacles. But if you tell yourself you are resilient, that you can adapt, that you can find solutions no matter what, you will begin to see opportunities everywhere. Think of a fighter stepping into the ring. If he enters with doubt, he has already lost when the first punch is thrown. But if he enters with confidence, with a mind conditioned for victory, he has already won before the fight begins. Your life is no different. Every day is a battle between weak thoughts and strong ones. Which one will you allow to win? You must feed your mind the right thoughts, just as you would fuel your body with the right nutrition. A weak mind leads to a weak life. A strong mind leads to an unstoppable spirit. You decide which thoughts you nourish. And remember, your thoughts today create your reality tomorrow. Train your mind like a warrior, and the world will bend to your will. 6. The art of adaptation. Become the unstoppable force. Most people fear change. They cling to the familiar, holding on to routines, beliefs, and habits that no longer serve them. But a mind that refuses to adapt is a mind that remains trapped. A person who resists change will always struggle, while the one who embraces it will always rise. This is the key to becoming unstoppable. You must become adaptable. You must move like water. Water never resists. It flows. When it meets an obstacle, it does not stop. It finds a way around, over, or through. This is how you must train your mind. Do not be rigid like a rock that can be broken. Be fluid like water, which can never be stopped. This is the secret of true strength, the ability to change, to evolve, to adjust without losing your essence. In combat, if I only had one style, one technique, I would be predictable. My opponent would learn my moves, counter them, and defeat me. But I did not bind myself to one way. I adapted. I studied many styles, took what was useful, discarded what was not, and made my own path. This is not just a lesson for fighting. It is a lesson for life. Those who refuse to grow will be left behind. Those who refuse to change will remain stuck. But those who learn to adapt will survive, thrive, and conquer. Think about the challenges in your life. How often do you fight against them, resisting the changes that come your way? How often do you hold on to old ways of thinking, even when they no longer serve you? If you want to be strong, you must train your mind to embrace change rather than fear it. You must learn to see obstacles not as walls that stop you, but as opportunities to become stronger. The world is constantly changing, and so must you. The economy changes, technology evolves, people come and go, situations shift. You cannot control these things, but you can control how you respond to them. Most people fight against reality, wasting their energy on things they cannot change. A warrior, a master, does not do this. He adapts. He sees the new situation and adjusts his strategy. If one door closes, he finds another way in. If the plan does not work, he creates a new one. When I first came to Hollywood, I was told that someone like me could never be a star, that there was no place for an Asian lead in American cinema. If I had resisted reality, if I had refused to adapt, I would have remained in frustration, stuck in a fight I could not win. But instead I found another way. I used television. I built my own image. I created my own path. I did not let their rejection stop me. I adapted and became something greater than they ever expected. This is what you must do in life. Never be stuck in one way of thinking. Never believe there is only one way to succeed. Be flexible. Be open. Learn. Adjust. Grow. If you get knocked down, do not stay down. Find a new way to rise. If your plan does not work, do not abandon your goal. Find another path. Adaptation is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength. The strongest tree does not resist the storm. It bends and survives. The smartest fighter does not throw the same punch over and over. He adjusts to his opponent. The most successful people in the world are not the ones who never fail, but the ones who know how to recover, how to shift, how to keep moving forward no matter what. You must train yourself to be adaptable in everything you do, in your career, in your relationships, in your personal growth. When change comes, do not fear it. Use it. When things do not go as planned, do not break. Adjust. When life challenges you, do not complain. Evolve. Because in the end, the only thing that never changes is change itself. And the one who adapts is the one who survives. The one who embraces change is the one who grows. The one who moves like water is the one who becomes unstoppable. If you refuse to evolve, life will leave you behind. If you are stuck in outdated beliefs, refusing to see new opportunities, you will be passed over. This is not just about survival, it is about mastery. The warrior who understands adaptation is always ahead, always prepared, always ready for what comes next. Ask yourself, are you stuck in the past, holding on to a way of life that no longer serves you? Or are you open to learning, to shifting, to discovering new ways to succeed? The choice is yours. You can resist and stay where you are, or you can embrace the movement of life and rise with it. Think of a river. It does not fight against the rocks in its path. It simply moves around them, shaping them over time. This is true power, silent, unstoppable, relentless. Be like the river, flow, adapt, and dominate in whatever path life sets before you. 7, the final secret. You are already limitless. Most people spend their lives searching for power, searching for success, searching for something outside of themselves. They believe that if they just find the right secret, the right technique, the right opportunity, then they will finally become the person they want to be. But let me tell you something. The power you seek is not out there. It is already within you. You are already limitless. You only need to realize it. The greatest illusion that traps people is the belief that they are not enough. They tell themselves, I need more experience. I need more training. I need more approval. And so they wait. They hesitate. They live in the shadow of their own potential, never stepping fully into their own greatness. But the truth is, you already have everything you need. The only thing stopping you is your belief that you are not ready. Imagine a bird that has been raised in a cage its whole life. The cage door is open, but it does not fly. Why? Because it has been conditioned to believe that the bars are still there. It does not realize that it is already free. This is how most people live. They do not recognize their own strength, their own potential, their own ability to shape their destiny. They stay in the mental cage they have built for themselves, afraid to step beyond their comfort zone. But you must break free from that illusion. If you believe you are limited, you will live as if you are. If you believe you are not strong enough, you will never test your strength. If you believe you are not capable, you will never try. But if you change your belief, if you truly understand that you are already powerful, already capable, already limitless, then nothing can stop you. The difference between a master and a beginner is not talent, it is mindset. The master does not wait for permission. He does not wait for the perfect moment. He does not seek validation. He knows who he is. He acts, he creates, he moves forward without fear. That is the mindset you must cultivate. Do not wait for someone to tell you that you are ready. Do not wait for the perfect conditions to begin. Do not look outside yourself for what is already inside. Think of a great fighter. He does not step into the ring questioning himself, wondering if he is good enough. He does not seek approval from the audience. He knows his strength, his skill, his ability. He owns his power. And because he believes in himself, he fights with confidence, with conviction, with absolute focus. That is how you must live your life. Walk with certainty, speak with confidence, move with purpose. Your mind is the only thing that can make you weak. Your doubts, your fears, your hesitation, these are the only real enemies. But once you remove them, once you step fully into the truth of who you are, you become unstoppable. You stop playing small, you stop waiting, you start living. But let me be clear, this is not about arrogance. It is not about pretending to be something you are not. It is about recognizing what has always been there. It is about understanding that you do not need anyone's approval to be great. You do not need permission to succeed. You only need to believe in yourself and act accordingly. So how do you train this mindset? How do you break free from limitation and step into your full power? It starts with awareness. Every time you catch yourself saying, I can't, challenge it. Every time you think, I am not ready, remind yourself that growth happens in action, not in waiting. Every time you hesitate, push forward instead. Train yourself to replace doubt with belief. Speak to yourself with power. Instead of saying, I am not good enough, say, I am improving every day. Instead of thinking, I am not strong enough, say, I have the strength to face anything. Do this every day, and soon your mind will no longer hold you back. You must also take action. Do not just think about your potential, prove it. Step into challenges, take risks, push yourself beyond your comfort zone. Do not fear failure, because failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of it. The more you test yourself, the more you will realize that you are stronger than you ever imagined. Understand this. The moment you stop seeing yourself as limited, you become free. The moment you stop doubting yourself, you become powerful. The moment you stop waiting, you start winning. You are already limitless. You only need to act like it. Do not waste your life searching for something you already have. Do not wait for permission to step into your greatness. The door is open. The path is clear. The only question is, will you take the first step? You have now seen the path. You have learned the 7 forbidden mind training secrets that separate the weak from the strong, the hesitant from the fearless, the ordinary from the unstoppable. But knowledge alone is not enough. Knowing the way is useless if you do not walk it. Understanding these lessons means nothing unless you apply them. Hesitation is the enemy. Doubt is the poison. Fear is the cage. But you are not meant to live in hesitation, doubt, or fear. You are meant to be free. You are meant to take action, to push beyond your limits, to adapt, to endure, to master your mind. The warrior's mind is not given. It is built, forged through discipline, sharpened through struggle, strengthened through action. Remember this. Every moment you have a choice. You can give in to fear, to hesitation, to the excuses that have held you back for too long. Or you can take control. You can step forward with confidence, with discipline, with the belief that you are already powerful beyond measure. You do not need to wait to become strong. You are already strong. You do not need permission to succeed. You are already capable. You do not need to search for greatness. It is already inside you. The only thing left is for you to act. So, I ask you, will you take these lessons and do nothing? Will you let them fade into forgotten words, just another thing you once heard? Or will you live by them? Will you train your mind every day to be sharp, to be focused, to be unshakable? Will you push beyond your limits, embrace change, and rise above every challenge? The choice is yours. But understand this. The moment you commit, the moment you take action, the moment you refuse to let doubt control you, you will become unstoppable. You will no longer be just a student of life. You will be a master of it. The time to act is now. The time to unleash your full potential is now. The time to embody the warrior's mind is now. So tell me, are you ready? A warrior does not train only his body, he sharpens his mind. The mind, that is the true battlefield. The body, it will follow wherever the mind dares to go. When I was young, I was small, fast, but not the strongest. Others had more size, more power. But I realized strength is not just in muscle, not in force. It is here, points to head, in the mind. Many people, they seek power in their fists, in their kicks, in the weight they lift. But what happens when they face fear? When life knocks them down? If the mind is weak, everything falls apart. But if the mind is strong, no challenge can break you. I have seen fighters with great strength but no control, and they fall before the battle even begins. Why? Because they never trained their mind. Discipline of the mind. That is the foundation of all mastery. If you want to overcome any challenge, don't start with the body. Start here. Points to head. Train your thoughts like you train your fists. Sharpen your focus like you sharpen your technique. 1. The mind is the limit. If you always put limits on what you can do, physical or anything else, it will spread into your work and into your life. There are no limits. There are only plateaus, and you must not stay there. You must go beyond them. Many people believe that their abilities are fixed, that they can only achieve so much before they reach a breaking point. They stop when they feel tired, when they face obstacles, when doubt creeps in. But that is not real limitation. It is only the limit they have set in their minds. True limits exist only for those who believe in them. If you convince yourself that you cannot go further, you won't. But if you believe there is always more within you, you will break through every barrier. When I trained, I understood one thing very clearly. The body does not give up first. The mind does. It is the mind that whispers, "You are too tired," long before the body is truly exhausted. It is the mind that says, "This is too difficult," before you have even given your full effort. The mind is the real battleground. If you train it to go beyond the moment of resistance, if you refuse to listen to doubt, you will discover a power you never knew you had. I pushed myself every day, physically, mentally, and emotionally, not because I wanted to prove something to others, but because I knew that every time I overcame a challenge, I became stronger. The moment you stop accepting limits, the moment you tell yourself, "I can go further," that is when you grow. The key is to train this mindset daily. Challenge yourself in small ways. Push past moments of discomfort. When you feel like stopping, go a little further. When doubt enters your mind, replace it with action. And soon you will realize that what once felt impossible is now your reality. You will not just break your limits, you will remove them completely. 2. Be like water, the power of adaptability. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Life is unpredictable. No matter how much you prepare, there will always be obstacles, challenges, and unexpected situations. Many people resist change. They fight against difficulties. They struggle against setbacks. They try to control everything around them. But the harder you resist, the more you break. Strength is not about being rigid. It is about being adaptable. Think of water. Water does not complain when it meets a rock. It flows around it. It does not try to break the barrier in frustration. It simply finds another path. And over time, water can wear down even the hardest stone. This is the power of adaptability. In my own life, I faced many challenges: racial discrimination, injuries, people telling me I could never succeed in Hollywood because of my background. But instead of fighting reality, I adapted. I did not let rejection stop me. I found another way. I combined my knowledge of martial arts with philosophy. I blended different techniques to create my own unique style. Jeet Kune Do. I became like water, flowing wherever I needed to, shaping myself to every situation without losing my strength. Many people become stuck in one way of thinking. They refuse to change. They fear the unknown. They cling to what is comfortable. But comfort is the enemy of growth. If you want to be strong, you must learn to adjust, to move, to adapt. Life will never go exactly as planned, but if you remain flexible in mind and spirit, you will never be broken. So when life puts an obstacle in your way, Do not resist it with frustration. Instead, ask yourself, how can I flow around this? How can I turn this into an opportunity? How can I adapt, evolve, and come out even stronger? Be like water, flow, adjust, overcome, and no force will ever hold you back. 3. Turn pain into power. Do not pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure a difficult one. Pain is something most people fear. They avoid struggle, discomfort, and hardship, believing that a life without challenges is a good life. But that is not true. Pain is not your enemy. It is your greatest teacher. Every difficulty, every setback, every failure holds a lesson. It is up to you whether you let pain break you or shape you into something stronger. There were times in my life when pain tested me. I suffered injuries that threatened my ability to train. I faced rejection and discrimination that could have discouraged me from pursuing my dreams. But I did not complain. I did not give in. Instead, I asked myself, how can this pain make me stronger? You see, most people experience pain and stop. They say, this is too hard. But a warrior sees pain as fuel. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow. Every struggle is a chance to become better. Pain teaches you discipline. Pain forces you to dig deeper and find strength you never knew you had. Think of a muscle. When you train it, you put it under stress. You tear the fibers, and in response, it grows back stronger. The mind works the same way. When you go through difficult times, when you face rejection, when life knocks you down, that is your opportunity to build mental toughness. But you must make a choice. You can let pain defeat you, or you can use it to become unstoppable. When something goes wrong, do not ask, why me? Instead, ask, what is this teaching me? The people who become truly strong in life are the ones who refuse to let pain control them. They use it, they learn from it, and they turn it into power. So the next time you face pain, whether it is physical, emotional, or mental, do not run from it. Face it, embrace it, let it mold you into the strongest version of yourself. Because the strongest warriors are not the ones who have never suffered. They are the ones who have turned their suffering into strength. 4. Focus on the present, the power of now. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Most people live trapped in time. They are either looking back at their past, holding on to regrets and mistakes, or they are lost in the future, worrying about things that have not even happened yet. But life does not exist in the past or the future. It exists only in the present moment. And the one who masters the present moment masters life itself. When I trained, when I fought, when I lived, I was fully present. I did not allow my mind to wander. I did not think about what happened yesterday or worry about what would come tomorrow. I was here, now, in the moment. And because of that, my movements were precise, my actions were sharp, and my mind was clear. Most people weaken themselves by living everywhere except in the present. They let past failures haunt them, replaying mistakes over and over in their minds instead of learning and moving forward. Or they live in constant fear of the future, imagining problems that do not even exist yet. This kind of thinking takes away your power. The present moment is where you have control. It is where your strength exists. If you focus on what you can do right now, you will always move forward. If you train your mind to stay in the present, no fear can shake you, no regret can hold you back. But staying present is not easy. It requires training, just like a muscle. Start small. When you are doing something, give it your full attention. If you are training, focus only on training. If you are speaking to someone, listen fully. If you are eating, taste every bite. The more you train your mind to stay in the now, the sharper and stronger it becomes. Life is happening right now in this this very moment. If you waste time in the past or future, you are not truly living. So discipline your mind. Be present. Because when you learn to focus on now, you gain the power to shape your future. 5. Discipline is freedom. People think freedom means doing whatever you want. True freedom comes from discipline. If you let your emotions control you, if you let laziness hold you back, you are a prisoner of your own mind. Discipline is the key that unlocks true power. Most people misunderstand discipline. They see it as restriction, as something that takes away their freedom. They think that waking up early, training every day, controlling their emotions, and following a strict routine is limiting. But the truth is, without discipline, you are not free. You are controlled. Controlled by your emotions, by distractions, by weakness. Discipline is what gives you power over yourself. It is what allows you to take action even when you do not feel like it. Without discipline, you will always be a slave to your impulses. If you only train when you feel motivated, you will never be consistent. If you only work hard when life is easy, you will never achieve anything great. But if you develop discipline, you can make yourself do what needs to be done, no matter how you feel. That is true strength. That is true freedom. In my life, I applied discipline to everything I did. I trained relentlessly, not just in martial arts, but in philosophy, in acting, in writing. I knew that talent alone was not enough. Talent is common, but disciplined talent is rare. It is not the man who trains when he feels inspired who becomes great. It is the man who trains every single day, even when there is no inspiration, no applause, no reward. Think of a warrior preparing for battle. If he only sharpens his sword when he feels like it, he will be unprepared when the real fight comes. But if he sharpens it daily, even when there is no battle, he will always be ready. Your mind, your body, your skills, they are your weapons. Discipline is what keeps them sharp. But discipline is not just about hard work. It is about control. Control over your body, your emotions, your reactions. A person without discipline is a slave to anger, to fear, to desire. But a disciplined mind does not react. It chooses its response. A disciplined mind stays calm under pressure, focused in chaos, and strong in adversity. So how do you build discipline? Start with small actions. Wake up at the time you set. Do the work you promised yourself you would do. Train when you don't feel like it. Push through discomfort. The more you do this, the stronger your discipline becomes. And the stronger your discipline, the more freedom you will have. Because when you have discipline, nothing can stop you. You will no longer be controlled by fear, by weakness, by excuses. You will have power over yourself, and that is the greatest power of all. Understand this. The world does not reward those who wait for the perfect moment. It rewards those who take action, no matter how they feel. Every master, every champion, every great warrior was once an ordinary person who simply refused to give in to laziness, to doubt, to hesitation. Discipline is not something you are born with. It is something you train. It is a muscle, and like any muscle, the more you use it, the stronger it becomes. If you train yourself to do the difficult things now, life will become easier later. But if you avoid discipline now, life will be harder later. Most people fail not because they lack ability, but because they lack the discipline to develop their ability. They stop when it gets hard. They give up when it takes time. But success, greatness, mastery, these are not given to the lazy. They are earned by those who are willing to endure, to sacrifice, to stay committed when others quit. Discipline is the difference between those who dream and those who achieve. It is the difference between potential and greatness. It is the foundation of all success. Without it, your mind is weak, your actions are inconsistent, and your dreams remain dreams. So ask yourself, Are you willing to do what it takes? Are you willing to push beyond your emotions, your doubts, your comfort? If the answer is yes, then discipline will be your greatest weapon. Train it, strengthen it, and with it, you will achieve anything. 6. Fear is an illusion. Face it, and it will disappear. I am not afraid of the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Fear is not real. It is a product of the mind, an illusion that grows only when you feed it. Fear tells you to hesitate, to step back, to stay where it is safe. But in truth, fear is nothing more than a wall made of shadows. If you walk through it, you realize it was never solid to begin with. Most people allow fear to control them. They fear failure, so they never try. They fear judgment, so they stay silent. They fear discomfort, so they never push themselves. But what they do not realize is that fear only exists if you let it. The moment you confront it, the moment you step toward it instead of away from it, it begins to fade. I faced many fears in my life. When I came to America, I was told that an Asian man could never be a leading actor in Hollywood. They said I would never succeed, that I would never be accepted. Many would have let this fear stop them, but I did not. Instead, I used it as fuel. I trained harder, I sharpened my skills, I made myself so good that they had no choice but to recognize my talent. I did not let fear control my destiny. I made my destiny. Fear is only powerful when you let it stop you. If you act despite fear, it loses its grip on you. The greatest warriors, the greatest minds, the greatest leaders, they all feel fear, but they do not bow to it. They use it. They transform it into action. How do you overcome fear? You face it directly. If you fear speaking in public, speak more. If you fear failure, fail more until you learn. If you fear pain, train yourself to endure discomfort. Fear shrinks when you expose yourself to it over and over again. It is only when you avoid fear that it grows stronger. Think of a fight. If you step back in fear, your opponent senses it and attacks with more confidence. But if you step forward, if you face the attack head on, you take control of the fight. Life is the same. If you run from fear, it will chase you forever. But if you turn and confront it, it will back down. Most people live their whole lives trapped in invisible cages of their own making. They stay in jobs they hate, relationships that drain them, routines that make them miserable, all because they are afraid to change. But what they do not see is that fear is not protecting them. It is imprisoning them. Do not let fear control your life. Do not let it steal your dreams, your confidence, your potential. Fear will always be there. It is a part of being human. But whether it stops you or pushes you forward is your choice. So ask yourself, what would I do if fear did not exist? Who would I become if I refused to let fear decide my actions? The answer to that question is the person you are meant to be. The warrior does not wait for fear to disappear before he acts. He acts in spite of it. He moves forward while fear whispers in his ear, and with every step, fear grows quieter until it is gone. This is how you master life, by mastering fear. Do this, and nothing will ever stand in your way. 7. Know yourself, and you will know no limits. All knowledge leads to self-knowledge. The greatest battle you will ever fight is not against an opponent. It is not against the obstacles life throws at you. It is not even against fear, pain, or failure. The greatest battle is the one within yourself. The battle to truly understand who you are. Most people go through life without ever truly knowing themselves. They follow the path society has laid out for them, doing what they are told, believing what they are taught, and never questioning who they really are. They chase after what others say will bring them happiness, money, status, approval, only to feel empty inside. They live according to other people's expectations, never stopping to ask, what do I truly want? Who am I beyond the roles I play? What is my purpose? But a warrior does not live blindly. A warrior seeks truth. A warrior looks within and strips away the illusions, the distractions, the false identities placed upon him by the world. A warrior is not afraid to face himself, because he knows that true strength, true confidence, true freedom comes from self-knowledge. When I was young, I studied philosophy as intensely as I studied martial arts. I read, I wrote, I reflected, I questioned everything. I sought not only to master my body, but to master my mind. I understood that to be strong, I needed more than just skill. I needed clarity. I needed to know who I was at my core. Because when you know yourself, nothing can shake you. No insult can hurt you. No failure can define you. No fear can control you. Think of a tree. If its roots are weak, it will be knocked over by the first strong wind. But if its roots run deep into the earth, no storm can uproot it. The same is true for the mind. If you do not know who you are, you will be easily influenced, easily broken, easily lost. But if you have deep self-knowledge, you will stand firm no matter what comes your way. So how do you come to know yourself? You must look inward. You must spend time in reflection. Ask yourself the difficult questions. What do I truly believe? What do I truly want from life? What am I afraid to admit about myself? The more honest you are with yourself, the more powerful you become. You must also test yourself. Self-knowledge does not come from sitting still. It comes from experience. It comes from pushing yourself beyond your limits, from stepping into discomfort, from taking risks. It is in moments of challenge, in moments of struggle, that you truly see what you are made of. Many people avoid hardship because it exposes their weaknesses. But a warrior welcomes hardship because it reveals the truth. Do not be afraid to confront your flaws, your fears, your limitations. They are not there to defeat you. They are there to show you where you need to grow. When you truly know yourself, you stop looking for validation from others. You stop being controlled by opinions, by expectations, by comparisons. You realize that your path is your own. You trust yourself. You believe in yourself. And with that belief, you become unstoppable. The mind is your greatest weapon, but only if you know how to use it. Know yourself. Train yourself. Strengthen yourself. And you will walk through life with unshakable confidence, unbreakable will, and limitless potential. Because once you truly know yourself, you will know no limits. 8. Master your energy. Protect your mind from negativity. Do not allow negative thoughts to enter your mind, for they are the weeds that will strangle the seeds of success. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant inside, it will grow. If you fill it with positive, powerful thoughts, it will produce strength, confidence, and success. But if you allow negativity, fear, doubt, anger, and insecurity to take root, it will spread like weeds, choking your ability to grow. Most people do not protect their energy. They allow their minds to be polluted by negativity, by toxic people, by self-doubt, by fear of failure. They listen to the voices that say, "You can't. You're not good enough. You will never make it." And over time, they start to believe these lies. They become prisoners of their own thoughts. But a warrior does not allow negativity to control him. A warrior guards his mind as fiercely as he guards his body. He understands that energy is precious, that focus is power, and that what you allow into your mind will shape your reality. In my life, I learned to be very selective about the energy I allowed around me. I did not waste time with people who brought negativity into my world. I did not entertain thoughts of self-doubt or fear. When people told me I would never succeed in Hollywood because I was Asian, I did not let their words define me. I turned their doubt into motivation. I transformed negativity into fuel for my success.
The Art of War is a guide written by Sun Tzu, a master strategist and philosopher who walked the path of wisdom during China's warring states period. His teachings arose not merely from the need to triumph in battle, but from an understanding that true mastery lies in outmaneuvering conflict altogether. Sun Tzu was not merely a general. He was a student of human nature. Through his writings, Sun Tzu offered more than strategies for warfare. He revealed principles for navigating the complexities of life itself. The Art of War is not a book confined to soldiers and battlefields, but is applicable to all arenas of human endeavor. The lessons speaking to those who seek to overcome obstacles, achieve their goals, and live with purpose. These are the 21 principles of the art of war. Number 1, know yourself and know your enemy, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. To know yourself is to grasp the limits of your strength, the depth of your weaknesses, and the essence of your potential. Without this understanding, your plans falter, for you cannot act with the confidence or adapt to challenges. To know your enemy is to unveil their intentions, strengths, and vulnerabilities, ensuring their moves cannot surprise you. Balance both insights, and you hold the key to mastering every situation, for no battle is ever lost when both your heart and your opponents are laid bare. Number 2, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The most elegant solutions avoid unnecessary confrontation. Winning a conflict without direct confrontation is the pinnacle of skill. Persuasion, strategy, and understanding often triumph where brute force fails. Seek resolution that spares energy, resources, and relationships. Number 3, opportunities multiply as they are seized. Every step forward creates a pathway for future growth. Taking action generates momentum, opening doors you never knew existed. Hesitation, on the other hand, allows opportunities to wither and vanish. Embrace action to cultivate a fertile ground for future success. Number 4, all warfare is based on deception. Life often requires presenting things differently than they appear, whether in negotiations or everyday challenges. Showing your hand too soon can lead to failure. Control the narrative and use strategy to stay one step ahead. Truth, when paired with discretion, is a powerful weapon. Number 5. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. When everything seems uncertain, the clever find hidden advantages. Moments of disruption create space for creativity and bold decisions. Fear blinds many, but clarity in chaos leads to breakthroughs. Stay calm and let chaos be the forge of your greatest achievements to come. Number 6. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. Picking your battles wisely ensures your strength is not wasted. Not every conflict deserves your time and energy, so discernment is essential. Wisdom lies in retreating when necessary and engaging only when it matters most. Reserve your strength for battles that truly define your path. Number 7. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. The element of surprise is your ally. Keep your intentions flexible and unpredictable, avoiding patterns that can be anticipated. Strike where resistance is weakest and opportunity is greatest. Success often comes from going where others cannot follow. Number 8. Even the finest sword plunged into salt water will eventually rust. Neglect wears down even the strongest foundation. Relationships, skills, and tools require constant care and attention to maintain their value. Without vigilance, strength fades and potential is squandered. Protect what matters to you through consistent effort. Train hard, and once you see your desired results, keep training. Number 9. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. Life is ever-changing, and what worked yesterday may fail tomorrow. Adapting to new circumstances ensures lasting success. Stubbornness leads to stagnation, but flexibility breeds innovation. Be ever willing to reinvent yourself and your methods. Number 10. A leader leads by example, not by force. True leadership inspires others through action, not coercion. People follow those who embody the qualities they admire. Demonstrate integrity, commitment, and vision, and others will naturally align with your purpose. Lead from the front and let your deeds speak louder than your words. Number 11. Engage people with what they expect. It is what they are able to discern and confirms their projections. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds while you wait for the extraordinary moment that which they cannot anticipate. Managing expectations allows you to navigate unseen. When you appear predictable, others lower their guard. Use this to conceal your deeper plans, achieving your goals without resistance. Mastery lies in maintaining control over perception and reality alike. Number 12. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. Quick actions without thought lead to costly mistakes. Success comes to those who weigh their options carefully and strike decisively. Deliberation is not hesitation, but preparation, ensuring every step has purpose. Patience is a hallmark of wise decision-making. Number 13. Those skilled in war bring the enemy to the field of battle and are not brought there by him. Controlling the environment ensures you hold the upper hand. Set the terms of engagement and dictate where and how challenges are faced. By choosing the battlefield, you gain a natural advantage. Never allow others to dictate the conditions of your success. Number 14. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom your real intent. Mystery is a powerful defense and offense. When others cannot predict your moves, they are left vulnerable. Confusion forces them into a reactive state, giving you control over the situation. Use this power wisely, crafting strategies that keep you ahead. Number 15. He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. Every decision has a price, and you must weigh it carefully. Rushing into action without assessing the consequences leads to regret. The cost of conflict is not just material, but emotional and relational. Only engage when you are certain the outcome justifies the expense. Number 16. When strong, appear weak. When weak, appear strong. Perceptions can be manipulated to your advantage. Feigning strength deters challengers, while feigning weakness lures overconfidence in a public.
GSC credit, I wasn't expecting a lot back, but when I did check my account randomly, and I seen it there, I was like, oh wow, it's a nice little surprise. Just getting that little extra, it means a lot.
Find out if you qualify at canada.ca/everydollar-counts.
I'm tired of waking up tired. Waking up tired. Yeah, I'm waking up tired. I'm tired of waking up tired. Waking up tired. Yeah, I'm waking up tired.
I mean, I'm sorry, I respect you. I respect you.
I'm tired of waking up tired. Waking up tired. Yeah, I'm waking up tired.
In opponents, use appearances to misdirect and gain the upper hand. The truth is powerful when revealed at the right time. Number 17. Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. Great accomplishments require sacrifice and effort. You must be prepared to invest your time. The Art of War is a guide written by Sun Tzu, a master strategist and philosopher who walked the path of wisdom during China's warring states period. His teachings arose not merely from the need to triumph in battle, but from an understanding that true mastery lies in outmaneuvering conflict altogether. Sun Tzu was not merely a general, he was a student of human nature. Through his writings, Sun Tzu offered more than strategies for warfare. He revealed principles for navigating the complexities of life itself. The Art of War is not a book confined to soldiers and battlefields, but is applicable to all arenas of human endeavor. The lesson speaking to those who seek to overcome obstacles, achieve their goals, and live with purpose. These are the 21 principles of the art of war. Number 1, know yourself and know your enemy, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. To know yourself is to grasp the limits of your strength, the depth of your weaknesses, and the essence of your potential. Without this understanding, your plans falter, for you cannot act with the confidence or adapt to challenges. To know your enemy is to unveil their intentions, strengths, and vulnerabilities, ensuring their moves cannot surprise you. Balance both insights, and you hold the key to mastering every situation, for no battle is ever lost when both your heart and your opponents are laid bare. Number 2, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The most elegant solutions avoid unnecessary confrontation. Winning a conflict without direct confrontation is the pinnacle of skill. Persuasion, strategy, and understanding often triumph where brute force fails. Seek resolution that spares energy, resources, and relationships. Number 3, opportunities multiply as they are seized. Every step forward creates a pathway for future growth. Taking action generates momentum, opening doors you never knew existed. Hesitation, on the other hand, allows opportunities to wither and vanish. Embrace action to cultivate a fertile ground for future success. Number 4, all warfare is based on deception. Life often requires presenting things differently than they appear, whether in negotiations or everyday challenges. Showing your hand too soon can lead to failure. Control the narrative and use strategy to stay one step ahead. Truth, when paired with discretion, is a powerful weapon. Number 5, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. When everything seems uncertain, the clever find hidden advantages. Moments of disruption create space for creativity and bold decisions. Fear blinds many, but clarity in chaos leads to breakthroughs. Stay calm and let chaos be the forge of your greatest achievements to come. Number 6, he will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. Picking your battles wisely ensures your strength is not wasted. Not every conflict deserves your time and energy, so discernment is essential. Wisdom lies in retreating when necessary and engaging only when it matters most. Reserve your strength for battles that truly define your path. Number 7, appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. The element of surprise is your ally. Keep your intentions flexible and unpredictable, avoiding patterns that can be anticipated. Strike where resistance is weakest and opportunity is greatest. Success often comes from going where others cannot follow.
Hey, you! Very clear. You already know how fun it is. But let me remind you why you've made the best choice. You're part of a community.
Number 8, Even the finest sword plunged into salt water will eventually rust. Neglect wears down even the strongest foundation. Relationships, skills, and tools require constant care and attention to maintain their value. Without vigilance, strength fades and potential is squandered. Protect what matters to you through consistent effort. Train hard, and once you see your desired results, keep training. Number 9. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. Life is ever-changing, and what worked yesterday may fail tomorrow. Adapting to new circumstances ensures lasting success. Stubbornness leads to stagnation, but flexibility breeds innovation. Be ever willing to reinvent yourself and your methods. Number 10. A leader leads by example, not by force. True leadership inspires others through action, not coercion. People follow those who embody the qualities they admire. Demonstrate integrity, commitment, and vision, and others will naturally align with your purpose. Lead from the front and let your deeds speak louder than your words. Number 11. Engage people with what they expect. It is what they are able to discern and confirms their projections. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds while you wait for the extraordinary moment that which they cannot anticipate. Managing expectations allows you to navigate unseen. When you appear predictable, others lower their guard. Use this to conceal your deeper plans, achieving your goals without resistance. Mastery lies in maintaining control over perception and reality alike. Number 12. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. Quick actions without thought lead to costly mistakes. Success comes to those who weigh their options carefully and strike decisively. Deliberation is not hesitation, but preparation, ensuring every step has purpose. Patience is a hallmark of wise decision-making. Number 13. Those skilled in war bring the enemy to the field of battle and are not brought there by him. Controlling the environment ensures you hold the upper hand. Set the terms of engagement and dictate where and how challenges are faced. By choosing the battlefield, you gain a natural advantage. Never allow others to dictate the conditions of your success. Number 14. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom your real intent. Mystery is a powerful defense and offense. When others cannot predict your moves, they are left vulnerable. Confusion forces them into a reactive state, giving you control over the situation. Use this power wisely, crafting strategies that keep you ahead. Number 15. He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. Every decision has a price, and you must weigh it carefully. Rushing into action without assessing the consequences leads to regret. The cost of conflict is not just material, but emotional and relational. Only engage when you are certain the outcome justifies the expense. Number 16. When strong, appear weak. When weak, appear strong. Perceptions can be manipulated to your advantage. Feigning strength deters challengers, while feigning weakness lures overconfidence in a public.
That's unexpected. But tracking your claim in the app is unexpectedly easy.
Tracking customers in spreadsheets is outdated. A CRM helps you organize, follow up, and grow your business with you.
In opponents, use appearances to misdirect and gain the upper hand. The truth is powerful when revealed at the right time. Number 17. Victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay its price. Great accomplishments require sacrifice and effort. You must be prepared to invest your time, energy, and focus to achieve success. Half-hearted attempts lead to mediocrity, but dedication leads to triumph. Commit fully, knowing the rewards are worth the struggle. Number 18. If quick, I survive. If not quick, I am lost. This is death. Swift actions catch opportunities before they vanish. Hesitation allows others to gain the upper hand, while decisive moves secure your place. Acting with speed does not mean recklessness. It means being ready to act when the moment demands. In life, those who act quickly reap the greatest rewards. Number 19. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. Even in victory, allow your adversaries a dignified exit. Forcing others into a corner creates unnecessary enemies and prolongs conflict. By showing grace and offering solutions, you solidify your position and avoid future hostilities. True strength lies in knowing when to show compassion. Number 20. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of a trigger. Preparation builds potential, but action unleashes power. Gather your strength and focus your energy, but do not delay in striking when the moment comes. A plan without execution is merely an idea, but decisive action turns it into reality. Align preparation with timely decision-making for success. Number 21. The clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. Maintaining control is the key to prevailing in any situation. Avoid being reactive to external pressures, and instead shape the outcome according to your goals. To lead is to dictate the terms, not to follow them. Steadfastness and clarity ensure you remain the master of your fate.
We'll always wait.
You really think you can get me to like dark chocolate?
Without a doubt.
Won't it taste bitter?
Not this dark chocolate.
It's delicious. I told you it wasn't bitter.
From the Lindt Matrix Chocolatier, discover new Excellence Mild. Expect delicious.
The name Shamash and Utu both mean sun. Sham or Shem is associated with two meanings. The first meaning is from a name, from the meaning of the proverb, from where fame, famous, memorial, renown, report, and repute are derived. The last association of the word is with the middle or second ban of Na'uach, Bana, Ban, Ben, derived from Mulban. Mulban is the bow star from heaven. Mul means Lord. Ban is archaic, meaning a curse. Cognate with La, meaning a curse. For example, the land might be smitten by the ban that once fell upon the Canaanites. A curse. The term ban means devoted to God, because the Canaanite culture was devoted to God's destruction. Joshua 6:17. Along came a spider and sat down beside her, and frightened Miss Tuffet away. Shamash is also known as Utuku. The Utuku, the Utugho, it means shining spider or sun spider.
You're cooking, bro.
Come on, one more game.
It's past my bedtime.
One more game.
Just stick to acting, bro.
One more.
Last one, Uncle Keanu.
This time for real.
Game on and on with high-octane Rogers Xfinity Internet.
I don't live in Australia, mind you, but it's the only link that I have back to the circle of existence, of life, right? The cycle, the food chain, everything else I get to eat. Well, I'm a vegetarian, so I tend not to eat meat anymore. Nevertheless, as a human being, we are at the top of the food chain. We eat everything else. We consume everything else. And the mosquito is the one thing that takes our life force. They're then eaten by birds, right? And so we get to re-enter that circle of life before our physical death. It's well known that when we die, of course, ashes to ashes and dust to dust, right? Then maggots eat us, and in that way we do return into this circle of life. But thanks to the mosquito, we get to do that before our death. We get to give back. And I thought to myself, well, actually, maybe I shouldn't be feeling animosity towards the poor little mosquito who doesn't know any better, but rather gratitude. Maybe I should look at mosquito bites, not with animosity and maybe not anger, but irritation, right? Maybe I should think of mosquito bites as a badge of honor. This is the point where I managed to get a little bit of my physical being back into the cycle of existence. It's a moment of consideration, which I was very, very grateful yesterday evening. I thought I'd share it with you. And to me, that's exactly what the Ouroboros represents. It's the universe, no part of which is in fact at the head, despite what our ego likes to tell us. But if we can look beyond our ego, getting angry when we are returned to the cycle, but rather see ourselves as the whole universe, of which our small self is only a little part. I think there's happiness in there, in that. I think there's at least a relaxation in that, possibly. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And thanks very much, as always, for watching. Don't forget to leave a thumbs up. It always helps me, and to subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, we can talk about some other esoteric symbols over the coming weeks. That would be quite interesting if you are into that if you're interested. Let me know if that sounds like a good idea as well. Okay, so thanks ever so much again, and see you next time.
The day is fading slowly, and all we have is here.
The legendary figure of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes thrice great, is the inspiration for the spiritual teachings known as Hermeticism. He is a syncretism joining of the Greek deity Hermes, the winged messenger of the gods, and his Egyptian counterpart, the ibis-headed moon god Thoth. Hermes and Thoth were considered to be one and the same. Both of them were psychopomps, guides in the land of the dead. Thoth is also the god who presides over speech and interpretation. He's the inventor of the alphabet and the art of writing. Ever since, humans have been using writing to preserve the vast array of accumulated knowledge. Angels have fascinated human consciousness since the beginning of time. The angel is a recurring archetype within many civilizations and is present in religion, literature, philosophy, and esotericism, as well as in art, movies, and games. The word angel derives from the Greek angelos, which is the default translation of the biblical Hebrew term malak, literally messenger. The angel is a messenger between God and mankind. Angels are often depicted as human beings with wings. In biblical scripture, however, angels do not have wings and appear as ordinary men, sometimes with shining garments. In fact, scripture mentions to be hospitable to strangers because we could be in the presence of an angel without knowing it. Another class of biblical angels do have wings, but are depicted as inhuman and frightening, striking fear in anyone who witnesses them, and as we will see later, are at the top of the angelic hierarchy. The idea of representing deities as winged figures dates back many thousands of years. The ancient Egyptians portrayed the sun god Horus as a winged disk, and many other winged beings can be found in ancient Greek and Roman art. The ancient Greek god Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death, have wings. In ancient Mesopotamia, the anthropomorphic gods exuded a brilliant and visible glamour, melam. The effect of seeing it caused both fascination and terror in humans. They experienced paresthesia, a tingling and pricking sensation on the skin. The sun god Ra appears with a solar disk above his head. The Zoroastrian deity of light, Mithra, has a radiant crown resembling sun rays, as well as the Greek sun god Helios, and Buddha, the awakened. This divine radiance displayed in deities across the world anticipates the halo of Christ and his apostles, as well as saints and angels. The halo became the universal religious symbol of divinity. Before delving into the psychology of angels and how they shape human behavior and emotions, we'll first explore their archetypal images across the world, as well as their role in the creation of evil, their purpose and motivation, and the hierarchy of angels. One of the oldest depictions of angels can be found in Zoroastrianism. This faith portrays a cosmic battle of good and evil, whereby good is predicted to triumph over evil. Ahura Mazda, Lord of Wisdom, is the creator and Lord of the Light, and Ahriman, or Angramanyu, Evil Spirit, is the Lord of Destruction, Chaos, and Darkness. Besides the Supreme Being, there are various classes of angels. The Ameshaspentas, literally beneficent immortals, are the emanations of the uncreated Creator, the six divine sparks that personify the abstract qualities of Ahura Mazda rather than distinct divine beings. These all have their antitheses, called devas, gods that are unworthy of worship. Truth stands in opposition to falsehood and deceit. The other class of angels are the Fravasi, which are guardian angels. Each person is accompanied by a personal spirit, which is assigned at birth, and watches over each individual. Finally, we have the Yasatas, literally, worthy of worship, angels that protect us from evil. The ancient Egyptians believed that man had many souls, both physical and spiritual. They spoke of the bar soul, which is represented as a bird with a human head and symbolizes one's uniqueness or what we call personality. This is not really a part of the person, but the person himself. The idea of a purely immaterial existence was foreign to Egyptian thought. On the other hand, the ka, vital essence, is what distinguishes the difference between a living and a dead person, with death occurring when the ka left the body. Normally, one would only meet one's bar soul after death and be completely unaware of its existence before. In the ancient Egyptian papyrus, the debate between a man and his soul, a world-weary man who is overcome by the hardship of the world, contemplates about death and looks forward to the afterlife. Suddenly, his bar soul appears and speaks to him, advising him to continue his religious practices, but not to wish for the end of his life before its time. In ancient Roman mythology, the genius would not only inhabit each person, but also places, genius loci, and things. It was important for the Romans to propitiate the appropriate genii for making the land fertile, protecting the home and family, and any other major event of their lives. The genius also represents a man's temperament, virility, energy, personal fortune, and destiny. Today we use the word genius to refer to a person endowed with special gifts, talents, or knowledge beyond that of ordinary humans. The ancient Greeks spoke of the daimon, not to be confused with demon. It was believed that when one's inner daimon was in a state of good order, one experienced eudaimonia, a state of good spirit and fulfillment. The daimon can be good, agathodaimon, evil, kakodaimon, or even morally ambiguous, that is, beyond good and evil, a force of nature. In Plato's Symposium, the priestess Diotima teaches Socrates that daimons interpret and transport human things to the gods and divine things to men. Socrates is well known for his relationship with his daimon and claimed to hear since childhood a daimonic sign, an inner voice that warned him against mistakes, but never told him what to do. During the trial that would condemn Socrates to death, his daimon made no sign of opposition, unlike most of the times when it would inform him if he was doing the wrong thing. Socrates trusted his lifelong invisible companion and concluded that his death was not something to be feared, but rather something good, for death is merely a transition into another form of existence. In the Republic, Plato describes the myth of the story of a man who died in battle and came back to life, describing his journey in the afterlife. Just like energy cannot be created or destroyed, but only changed from one form to another, so too the soul is immortal. The choices we make and the character we develop will have consequences after death. The man describes how the good souls went into the sky and experienced bliss, while the immoral souls were directed underground and cried in despair, recounting their awful experiences in life, as each were required to pay a tenfold penalty for all the wicked deeds committed when alive. The most wicked, however, were doomed to remain underground, unable to escape. Afterwards, the souls reached the spindle of necessity, which regulates the whole cosmos and governs the lives of all of us. Each soul chose a new life, human or animal, and was assigned a daimon to fulfill what one had chosen. The souls were required to drink water from the river of forgetfulness, so that they would forget everything and shut away like a star into their birth. In his book, The Soul's Code, American psychologist James Hillman talks about the acorn theory. Just as the oak's destiny is contained in the tiny acorn, so does each person bear a uniqueness that asks to be lived, and that is already present before it can be lived. In other words, essence precedes existence. Thus, the daimon was sent to help us humans to fulfill our destiny and to remind us of our true purpose as spiritual beings having human experiences. Whereas the Judeo-Christian tradition generally divides angels into good and evil, Islam makes a further distinction with jinns, beings who may be either good or harmful, and can take the form of animals. Just as human beings, they are also subject to God's judgment. In Celtic faith, there are fairies. One theory surrounding their origin is that they were the neutral angels who did not partake in the war in heaven, and thus neither remained in heaven nor were sent to hell, but rather caught in between, left to roam the earth. Fairies can be good or evil, and sometimes the term is used to describe any magical creature, such as goblins, leprechauns, imps, elves, etc. The Swiss physician and alchemist Paracelsus wrote about 4 nature spirits or elementals: gnomes, undines, sylphs, and salamanders, which correspond to the 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire, respectively. Whether we talk about angels, daimons, jinns, fairies, or any other such beings, they all hold something in common, despite their difference in appearance. Namely, they are all archetypal images of the same fundamental pattern, the archetype of the ethereal being. These spirits coexist with us. They just exist at another level of reality. The archetype in itself cannot be seen. Only when it has been brought into consciousness through ritual, myth, and the culture of each country does the ethereal being take on a particular personified form and gains a specific purpose. Ethereal beings are also referred to as subtle bodies, that is, as existing in between the corporeal and incorporeal realms. We too have subtle bodies, as we exist both on the material and spiritual levels. The difference is that ethereal beings experience reality primarily on a spiritual level, while we experience it on a material level, but that does not exclude the possibility of them interacting in our realm, nor us interacting in their realm. In his book, The City of God, St. Augustine describes the creation of angels as the reverend God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. On the first day, God also divided the light from the darkness, which is symbolic of the fallen angels. Before the creation of mankind, angels underwent a trial in which all had the opportunity, by their free will, to remain in their original state of holiness. Those who failed became fallen angels. This is portrayed in the book of Revelation. Lucifer, the bearer of light, decided in his pride to be God, and convinced 1/3 of the angels to rebel against God, starting the war in heaven. They are defeated by the archangel Michael and the rest of the angels, and are thrown out of heaven. Lucifer becomes the devil, and the rebel angels become demons. Thus, the universe becomes divided into 3 parts: heaven, earth, and hell. Satan, who refuses to bow down to the inferior man, appears as the ancient serpent in the Garden of Eden, in order to trick Adam and Eve to disobedience by the promise of increased conscious knowledge, in order to become as gods. When they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they experience guilt and anxiety, and hide themselves. God directs them out of paradise into the wilderness, and places cherubim and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life, lest man reach out his hand and eat also of its fruit and live forever. Thus, the first sin which leads to the fall of mankind from paradise is pride, to become like God. God's light permeates all of existence, and heaven is the enjoyment of divine light, which even reaches down to hell. But whereas the angels rejoice in his holiness, the demons cannot stand the light. It burns them and torments them, for it is an eternal reminder of their choice to rebel against God. Hell is separation from love. Angels only have to commit one sin to be eternally damned, because once they choose, they have to go all in, and there's no going back. They experience no salvation. Due to their nature, however, angels possess far greater knowledge about reality than human beings, and can easily discern between good and evil. Whereas we have free will, angels are created for a specific purpose, but had a chance to go against their assigned role in creation. They basically have no essence, but they have a purpose, which is always inseparable from God. The Christian mystic Meister Eckhart writes, "The soul at its highest is formed like God, but an angel gives a closer idea of him. That is all an angel is, an idea of God." Angels are created to serve God's purposes, which includes delivering messages, waging spiritual battle, executing judgment, etc. Angels are ministering spirits, sent to serve those who will inherit salvation. There is also the angel of hope, the angel of faith, the angel of humility, etc., as well as angels created for a specific task, such as joining the triumphant place of God at the day of judgment. Therefore, when the angels rebelled, their purpose became the opposite of what God created them as. This is the perfect act of self-hatred and desire to hurt oneself, a characteristic of the demonic. Each demon has his own Achilles heel, which is the reminder of the original purpose of his creation. The battle between good and evil continues to this day, and will remain so until the angels blow the trumpets announcing the kingdom of heaven on earth at the day of judgment, when all people, living or dead, will be judged by God. Regarding angelic motivation to engage in encounters with mankind, one reason may be that angels interact with men because they are merely obeying the will of God. Another reason may be that angels are emotional creatures who experience joy during these interactions with people, because such interactions manifest the glory of God, and that is their primary motivation. Though angels may have been created before man, God created them because of man. Even though man may not have been present at the moment of creation in actuality, he existed as potentiality, as a pattern to be unfolded, the anthropos, or primeval man. Adam was created out of the earth. The name derives from Adama, which is Hebrew for earth. God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The heavenly realm descends into the earthly realm, and man becomes part of both. As above, so below. Man, the microcosm, is part of the universe as a whole, the macrocosm. Thus, truths about the nature of the cosmos may be inferred from truths about human nature, and vice versa. In the Christian celestial hierarchy put forward by Cyril Dionysius in the 5th or 6th century, angels are divided into 3 hierarchies, each of which contains 3 orders, based on their proximity to God, corresponding to the 9 choirs of angels. The first group of angels serve God directly. They are God's servants. These biblically accurate angels give us a glimpse into a realm where human eyes rarely access. They appear in a frightening and inhuman form, which may be why their very first words are, "Do not be afraid." In the book of Isaiah, the seraphim are 6-winged fiery beings. 2 wings cover their faces, 2 cover their feet, and with the final 2 they fly. They are described as being forever in God's presence, praising him day and night, crying, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty." In Ezekiel's vision, he describes seeing the cherubim, winged chimeras that have 4 faces, that of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. They are beneath the throne of God, and are the moving forces of the Ophanim, or thrones, which appears 4 wheels within wheels, in constant motion, and covered with eyes. They are the wheels of God's fiery chariot. In the Apocrypha, the highest rank of the seraphim is Seraphiel, the protector of Metatron. The latter is a figure mentioned in the Book of Enoch, in the mystical Kabbalistic texts, and the Talmud of Rabbinic Judaism. He is known as God's first angel, and is the only figure allowed to stand alongside God. It is said that his glow is so strong that it seems that there are 2 authorities in heaven, God and Metatron. He is also called the Little Yahweh, and is believed to have once been the human Enoch, one of the 2 only men chosen by God to escape death. The second group of angels are those that make God's will happen. They are the heavenly rulers. The dominions keep the world in proper order, regulating the duties of the angels and making known the commands of God. The virtues assist with miracles and encourage humans to strengthen their faith in God. They are also known as the spirits of motions, governing all nature, including the seasons, stars, and planets. And finally, the powers are the warrior angels that fight against evil forces. In the final choir are the angels that are closest to humans and carry out orders from above. They are the earthly messengers. The principalities are those who protect and guide nations, groups of people, and institutions such as the church. The archangels have a role as God's messengers to people at critical times in history, and are unique as they are identified by name. Biblical canon only mentions the archangel Michael, which translates to "who is like God." Michael is the chief ruler and leader of the angels. In the book of Enoch, however, the archangel Gabriel is mentioned alongside Michael. suggesting that they stand on an equal. And the Talmud of Rabbinic Judaism. He is known as God's first angel, and is the only figure allowed to stand alongside God. It is said that his glow is so strong that it seems that there are two authorities in heaven, God and Madsci-Piece. He is also called the Little Yahweh, and is believed to have once been the human Enoch, one of the two only men chosen by God to escape death. The second group of angels are those that make God's will happen. They are the heavenly rulers. The dominions keep the world in proper order, regulating the duties of the angels and making known the commands of God. The virtues assist with miracles and encourage humans to strengthen their faith in God. They are also known as the spirits of motions, governing all nature, including the seasons, stars, and planets. And finally, the powers are the warrior angels that fight against evil forces. In the final choir are the angels that are closest to humans and carry out orders from above. They are the earthly messengers, the principal evil forces. In the final choir are the angels that are closest to humans and carry out orders from above. They are the earthly messengers. The principalities are those who protect and guide nations, including the seasons, stars, and planets. And finally, the powers are the warrior angels that fight against evil forces. In the final choir are the angels that are closest to humans and carry out orders from above. They are the earthly messengers. The principalities are those who protect and guide nations, groups of people, and institutions such as the church. The archangels have a role as God's messengers to people at critical times in history and are unique as they are identified by name. Biblical canon only mentions the archangel Michael, which translates to "who is like God." Michael is the chief ruler and leader of the angels. In the book of Enoch, however, the archangel Gabriel is mentioned alongside Michael, suggesting that they stand on an equal footing. Gabriel translates to "God is my strength." All archangels have theophoric names, that is, they contain the name of God, El. There are 7 archangels mentioned in total. In the apocryphal book of Tobit, Raphael, meaning God is healed, reveals himself as one of the 7 angels who stand in the glorious presence of the Lord. And interestingly, in the book of Revelation, there are 7 unnamed angels who stand before God and have 7 trumpets. These and other mentions in non-canonical works have given rise to the popular conception of the 7 archangels. Finally, at the bottom of the hierarchy, we have the common angels, who deliver messages from the 2 realms. In this group, we also have the guardian angels. In the book of Matthew, we find direct reference from Jesus of Nazareth that everyone who comes into the world has a guardian angel. Scripture always depicts angels as if they were male. As spirits, angels were created to live for eternity and do not experience death. This suggests that the angelic population far exceeds that of human beings and are too numerous to count. Saint Teresa of Avila once saw an angel who was most beautiful and seemed to be burning in fire. She wrote, "Their names they never tell me, but I see very well that there is in heaven so great a difference between one angel and another, and between these and the others, that I cannot explain it." Angels do not just exist in a detached realm or another dimension. On the contrary, though they remain unseen, they have a direct influence on us. Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Jung writes, "It is remarkable that the angels are always in the plural, a choir of angels. With the exception of Lucifer and the archangels Gabriel and Michael, the angels are not individuals. They appear in choirs and multitudes. They are essentially collective beings." The Swedish scientist and Christian mystic Emanuel Swedenborg experienced a spiritual awakening in his 50s. In a dream, the Lord revealed to him the spiritual meaning of the Bible, and he began to experience strange dreams and visions. and could freely visit heaven and hell to converse with angels and demons. Some of these are documented in his Journal of Dreams. Contrary to Christian belief, he states that every angel and demon are from the human race. They too have the same activities as we do. Their only difference to us is that they are not clothed with a material body. Those who allow themselves to be filled with divine love became angels, while those who immersed themselves in physical pleasures or refused to let go of their egos chose to go to hell because they are attracted to it. Hell is the place where they can indulge in everything that gives them pleasure. When we turn away from our self-centered ego, it is like a weight is off our shoulders, as if we could fly. As G.K. Chesterton wrote, angels can fly because they can take themselves lightly. The visionary artist William Blake was an acute reader of Swedenborg and had visions of angels since childhood. On his deathbed, he gloriously sang of the sights of angels in heaven. Blake became critical of Swedenborg's view of heaven and hell as separate, and proposed a marriage of heaven and hell. Both are necessary for human experience, for without contraries is no progression.
It's mesmerizing. Cleaning that greasy mess with Dawn Platinum.
And not even scrubbing.
Well, fluff my feathers. It cuts through the slimy stuff better than their old dish soap, removing 99% of grease. That's why only Dawn is trusted to save wildlife.
Who do you think you are? Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her. I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our heart.
Jung writes, "The angels are a strange genus. They are precisely what they are and cannot be anything else. They are in themselves soulless beings who represent nothing but the thoughts and intuitions of their Lord. Angels who fall, then, are exclusively bad angels." Jung describes the fall of angels as a premature invasion of the human world by unconscious contents. The Book of Enoch depicts the interaction of the fallen angels, called the Watchers, with mankind. They transgress the boundary between heaven and earth after begetting children with women, giving birth to the Nephilim, mysterious great giants briefly mentioned in Genesis. They threatened to devour mankind, and God sent a great flood to rid the earth of these giants, warning Noah to build an ark, so as not to eradicate the human race. Jung compares the fallen angel motif to the effect of inflation, which can be observed, for example, in the megalomania of dictators. As an archetype, the angel emerges from the deep timeless portion of the psyche, the collective unconscious. The idea of archetypes is an ancient one. It is related to Plato's concept of ideal forms or patterns already existing in the divine mind that determine in what form the material world will come into being. However, we owe to Jung the concept of these psychological archetypes, the characteristic patterns that pre-exist in the collective psyche of the human race, that repeat themselves eternally in the psyches of each individual, and determine the basic ways that we perceive and function as human beings. When an angel appears to a human being, it is a liminal event occurring at the threshold between the known and the unknown, the conscious and the unconscious. It is the constellation of what Jung calls the transcendent function, which relieves the tension of opposites and unites them as the third element. As such, the angel is a reconciling symbol. The angel unites the ego with the self, the individual with the cosmos, the soul with God. Apart from a religious or metaphysical sense, angels can be seen as archetypal symbols of guidance, instruction, hope, and protection. The encounter with angels or demons can represent projections of one's psyche. We must be wary, however, of calling all such experiences transpersonal. They may also be of a psychopathological or delusional nature, which largely depends on one's mental health. Generally speaking, the former has a positive effect, while the latter has a negative effect. Angels and demons, positive and negative emotions, are in constant battle within us, and some emotions are more powerful than others, just as there are more powerful demons and angels in the hierarchy. Sometimes despair triumphs over hope, other times chastity prevails over lust, etc. We cannot fake genuine emotions. They come to us. Telling a person who is sad to be happy proves to be ineffective, as such a person has become enveloped by that which contains the entire pattern of that emotion, which can be low or high in intensity. To experience the entire spectrum of an emotion in the fullest sense is rare and overwhelming. It can only be experienced temporarily, for it is akin to being fully possessed by an archetype, and thus one is no longer human. Whether this is experienced naturally or artificially, we ultimately have to come back to what is humanly possible, and it can be difficult to readapt to our daily duties after witnessing the other side. We all have a positive right conscience depicted in our daimon, guardian angel, heart, inner voice, etc., and a negative false conscience called the devil, seducer, tempter, evil spirit, etc. Everyone who examines his conscience is confronted with this fact, and he must admit that the good exceeds the bad only by very little, if at all. Hume writes, "We ought to avoid sin, and occasionally we can, but, as experience shows, we fall into sin again at the very next step. Only unconscious and wholly uncritical people can imagine it possible to abide in a permanent state of moral goodness. But because most people are devoid of self-criticism, permanent self-deception is the rule. A more developed consciousness brings the latent moral conflict to light, or else sharpens those oppositions which are already conscious. Reason enough to eschew self-knowledge and psychology altogether, and to treat the psyche with contempt. The quest for self-knowledge is a task for the few, for the path that leads to salvation is like that of a sharp razor. It is hard to tread and difficult to cross. The way to destruction, however, is easy to cross and broad, and many enter through it. There are multiple cases of people having a close encounter with the angel of death, but survived or cheated death, so to speak. You may have a hunch that gives you a bad feeling, which motivates you to walk on another path, only to find out later that a deadly accident had occurred in the exact same place. Or you may be driving on the road and feel an urge to stop, when suddenly a child runs across the street. Angels can protect us from attacks or assist us when we are in need. The idea of angels generally comes from miraculous experiences where one feels that some intelligent agency beyond us has helped us. One feels a presence. It is as if something more intelligent and greater than your ego is alive in you and makes you do things or arranges your fate against your own will and against your own planning. The angel guides a human being in life and sometimes breaks through with a message that has the power to transform one deeply, usually at crucial points in one's life. Our lives continually pass through periods of crisis and stages of transition in which we become more susceptible to the angel's call. Therefore, during the dark night of the soul, the angel may be encountered, if God opens our eyes to them. Whenever a man consciously encounters a divine agency which assists, commands, or directs, we can understand it as an encounter of the ego with the self. In Dante's Divine Comedy, Dante, the protagonist, experiences a midlife crisis and finds himself in a dark wood, threatened by wild beasts. Suddenly, the Roman poet Virgil appears as the angel archetype or psychopomp, guiding Dante through a journey of hell and purgatory. Later, Beatrice, an anima figure, ascends with Dante to the 9 spheres of paradise, reaching the Empyrean, the highest point in heaven. Each of us has an invisible guide to accompany us on our journey through life, whether it manifests itself in a dream, vivid intuition, an inner voice, or an actual entity. We all have a telos, end or purpose, which is unique to our own soul's journey. Angels are often invisible, yet their presence is felt, and their voice is heard. Those who ignore their inner voice can feel a sense of emptiness or uneasiness, and be unable to understand why they are in such a bad mood, because outwardly everything may appear to be going well. It is as if one is going against one's nature, giving rise to a feeling of inherent wrongness. It is important for a person to meditate and contemplate on these feelings. Then perhaps the inner voice will clarify one's problems. The unconscious, after all, is the master pattern of one's life. Angels can help us to experience moments of clarity when conditions suddenly appear just right for the accomplishment of one's action. This is known as kairos, an opportune and decisive moment in one's life. The angel can also cause one to experience a sense of intense excitement or inspiration, an urgency that one should do whatever it has inspired one, and that it is personally very important for one to do so. The angel's call can also appear through synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence that cannot be causally linked, which occurs when an image of one's inner life is seen to have a correspondence in external reality. As the archetypal image of the call, the angel initiates individuation, the journey towards wholeness of personality, the self. Angels not only help bring the often neglected world of the unconscious into consciousness, but also guide us on our journey towards theosis, union with God. Therefore, angels can help us both psychologically and spiritually. The person embarking on self-realization, although he might not subscribe to any recognized creed, is nonetheless pursuing a religious quest, following the footsteps of a higher power than himself. On the one hand, we have the soul, our innermost self, or our true essence, and on the other hand, we have the spirit, our relationship with God. These are necessarily linked together. He who knows himself knows God. We reach God through the self, but God is not the self, for he transcends it. This is part of the old adage, know thyself, for the ultimate tragedy is ignorance or the neglect of oneself, that is, to not find out about the nature of the soul and of our true purpose in life. Our guardian angel awaits with divine patience until we choose, by our own accord, to begin our process of soul work to fulfill our destiny. Know thyself, heal thyself. This is a difficult endeavor, as it may require one to step outside one's comfort zone into unknown territory. However, there comes a time in everyone's life when one must question if they are being true to their own nature, which is expressed by the inner voice, the voice of a fuller life, and of a wider and more comprehensive consciousness. The voice awakens us from our deep slumber and beckons our soul upwards to our true home. The angel is sometimes shown waking a sleeper with a trumpet. The unawakened state is unconsciousness, and the awakened state is wholeness. To venture causes anxiety, but not to venture is to lose oneself. Who, if I cried out, would hear me among the angels' hierarchies? And even if one of them pressed me against his heart, I would be consumed in that overwhelming existence. For beauty is nothing but the beginning of terror, which we are barely able to endure, and it amazes us so, because it serenely disdains to annihilate us. Every angel is terrifying. The Austrian poet Rilke states that every angel, because of its beauty, is terrible. Angels are of a numinous nature, which totally fascinate and overwhelm an individual. The angel moves, compels, awes, overpowers, and constellates urgency. Angels are terrible because one has to go through a painful transformation, and beautiful because they transform one's entire existence, like the phoenix who rises from the ashes. The devils are as necessary as the angels. As Rilke stated, "Don't take my devils away, because my angels may flee too." When we turn contradiction and opposition into paradox and unity, we turn inner conflict into inner peace, understanding the duality of our nature. The ancient instructive words to invoke the angel was, "Enflame thyself with prayer." The Neoplatonist philosopher Iamblichus was one of the first to formally ritualize the invocation of the angel. By invoking and consuming, integrating the angel, one could achieve the status of a spiritual being, and finally achieve the knowledge of the gods. Purity is the defining factor for success or failure in the operation for conversing with one's holy guardian angel. The more pure the soul, the greater the affinity to the angel. In the Lexicon of Alchemy, Martin Rolandus describes meditatio as an internal talk of one person with another who is invisible, as in the invocation of the deity or communion with oneself or with one's good angel. Fasting is also an important ritual because it brings one further away from the material and closer to the spiritual. In the book of Matthew, after Jesus spent 40 days fasting in the desert, and the devil failing to tempt him, angels came and ministered to him. This is often interpreted as the angels feeding Jesus. There is, however, also a dark side, as is seen in the practices of necromancy and the study of demonology in the Middle Ages. Similarly, there are modern occult practices in which people seek to capture spirits and ask for favors or use them to act upon the world. As the Faustian myth teaches us, the attainment of knowledge that far exceeds the humanly possible can come at a high price, at the cost of one's soul. Demons can disguise themselves as angels of light. In his solitude, Saint Anthony sometimes encountered devils who looked like angels, and other times he found angels who looked like devils. The only way he could tell the difference was by the way which he felt after the being had left his company. Angels are sometimes depicted as messengers of dreams. They show the dreamer and then the angel bringing down the dream from heaven. The angel was understood as being the personified essence of a dream. There are dreams that sometimes warn us and can even save our lives. If we attend to them, we can avoid all sorts of disasters. If the unconscious takes the trouble to give us a warning dream, one should attend to it. Though it remains unexplainable, it is a fact that the unconscious knows more than we know. It is as if the unconscious of the human being is expanded into outer nature and has information which we cannot have. And therefore in dreams you sometimes get warnings or information about things you cannot possibly know. The appearance of an angel in dreams announces a healing possibility, a link to the self that would ease neurotic dysfunctions. The Bible references hundreds of dreams or visions. The dream of Jacob's ladder is one of the better known dreams, which depicts angels uniting heaven and earth. Jacob dreamed that there was a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. This is known as a God-sent dream, or an archetypal dream with theophany, an encounter with a deity. Union analyst Marie-Louise von Franz states, "The ladder symbolizes a continuous, constant connection with the divine powers of the unconscious. We could say the dream itself was such a ladder. It connects us with the unknown depth of our psyche. Every dream is a rung on a ladder, so to speak." Jacob did not know that the place he slept in was a holy place. He concluded it from his dream. One of the oldest beliefs of mankind was that in the landscape there are certain places where one has either communication with the good deities or evil deities, such as a crevice being the entrance to the underworld, or mountaintops being areas of special communication with the gods above, as is seen in many myths across the world. Moses on Mount Sinai, Zeus on Mount Olympus, Shiva on Mount Kailash, etc. There seems to be a whole soul geography in the world where man projected his soul into. We naturally feel that there are places we go to where we feel at peace, and others that are somehow unnerving and we prefer not to stay in. Without wishing it, we are placed in situations which entangle us in something, and we usually don't know how we ended up there. A thousand twists of fate all of a sudden land us in such a situation. When we're faced against a wall and all seems lost, it is not unusual to have an encounter with the self. This is symbolically represented in the biblical motif of Jacob wrestling with a dark angel, and while he dislocated his hip, his struggle prevented a murder. That is how one grows, by being defeated decisively by greater beings. In a sense, Jacob wrestles with himself, and afterwards becomes reborn, receiving the new name Israel, he who wrestles with God. Jacob finds his identity by wrestling with his dark side, and discovers the light. There are 4 features of this story: an encounter with a superior being, wounding, perseverance, and divine revelation, that together form the theme of the encounter with the self. Jung writes, "The god appears at first in hostile form, as an assailant with whom the hero has to wrestle. This is in keeping with the violence of all unconscious dynamism. In this manner the god manifests himself, and in this form he must be overcome. The onslaught of instinct then becomes an experience of divinity, provided that man does not succumb to it and follow it blindly, but defends his humanity against the animal nature of the divine power. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God, and whoso is near unto me is near unto the fire, and whoso is far from me is far from the kingdom, for the Lord is a consuming fire. You knew that God's messenger is the stronger force, therefore he never turned away from the struggle. When he was once asked how he could live with the knowledge he had recorded in his controversial book, Answer to Job, he replied, I live in my deepest hell, and from there I cannot fall any further. The integration of the angel archetype allows us to examine the nature of our essence or soul, the uniqueness that asks to be lived in each of us, and that unfolds itself during our lifetime. Thus, angels carry our true vocation, which is a calling towards the meaning of our life. If we pay attention to our inner voice through dreams, contemplation, prayer, etc., the angel's call towards fulfilling our purpose on earth becomes clearer. This is not just a call of our personal destinies, it is a cosmic call that aligns us to the anima mundi, or world soul, which all living beings form a part of. Every blade of grass has an angel that bends over it and whispers, grow, grow. The word animal derives from anima, which is breath or spirit. Humans are the highest of animals, as we are made in God's image. Man is made a little lower than the angels, yet God crowned him with glory and honor, and put everything under his command. Jung writes, a life without inner contradiction is either only half a life, or else a life in the beyond, which is destined only for angels. But God loves human beings more than the angels. Though hierarchically we remain lower than the angels, we are loved more by God. It is out of love that God made our bodies in the image of himself, and why he became Christ, who was crucified and died for our sins. Christianity is a unique religion, as it is God that comes directly to man, and not vice versa. While angels are created in heaven and stay there, or were thrown out of heaven when they rebelled, we human beings are created on earth and are capable of moving upwards to heaven or downwards to hell. Only that which can fall is capable of salvation. This is the felix culpa, happy fault, or fortunate fall. We have the freedom to choose between good or evil, something that even angels cannot interfere in. This is our blessing and our curse. We are the protagonists in this world of spiritual warfare, and no matter how many difficulties and trials we must overcome, we are all equally capable of uniting our will with that power that is higher than ourselves, and to rejoice in our journey along the way. A thought transfixed me. For the first time in my life, I saw the truth as it is set into song by so many poets, proclaimed as the final wisdom by so many thinkers. The truth that love is the ultimate and the highest goal to which man can aspire. Then I grasped the meaning of the greatest secret that human poetry and human thought and belief have to impart. The salvation of man is through love and in love. For the first time in my life, I was able to understand the meaning of the words, the angels are lost in perpetual contemplation of an infinite glory.
Are your floors as clean as you think? Try Swiffer Sweeper Wet. It gives me the cleaning power of a mop and the convenience of a wipe. These cloths trap dirt and grime, even hidden dirt you can't see, so it doesn't get pushed around. Swiffer Sweeper Wet. Love it or your money back.
Let me guess, you're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But first, let's talk about the things they don't tell you. First of all, you're going to say, I'm fine, like 300 times. Spoiler alert, your therapist will see right through that. And how does that make you feel? Yes, they actually use this phrase. And yes, they actually want to know the answer. Then there's the crying. Like 1 minute you're talking about your race that you got at work, and then the next minute you're talking about how when you were 6 years old, your mom left you in the aisle in the grocery store because she went to the next aisle to get some milk because she thought that you were right there next to her. Come to find out, that's when your abandonment issue started. And homework. Yes, there's homework. But here's the thing. By the end of it, therapy can actually make you feel better. And you'll be like, why didn't I start this sooner?
I'm David Suchet, and I'm on a journey around the Mediterranean, following in the footsteps of a man who 2,000 years ago travelled more than 10,000 miles around the Roman world on foot, and many, many more by sea.
This is extraordinary. We must appear that size from up there.
For the last 25 years, I've been fascinated by St. Paul. He was a hugely controversial figure in his own time. He still is today. To some, he's the man who did more than anyone else to transform Christianity from a small Jewish sect into the most powerful religion on earth. To others, he's a preacher of prejudices that have echoed down throughout history.
And they must have thought the arrogance of the man. Here he is, on the basis of one vision, so he says. He's telling everybody what
Changing all the rules.
A man of contrasts and confusions. But if there ever was an historical character I've longed to play, it is Paul. So for me, this is a very personal quest.
I could look like that. What do you think? A little bit.
I'll be seeking out clues in the places he visited, deciphering new evidence from the latest archaeological research, and meeting expert witnesses from around the region to help me uncover this remarkable man hidden within the pages of the New Testament. Every year, millions of visitors from all over the world make pilgrimages here to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, to what they believe is the site of the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus. But the reason they remember this crucified carpenter is down to just one extraordinary man. We know him as St. Paul.
More than any other individual, Paul was responsible for transforming a fledgling Jesus movement from a minor sect of Judaism into a new religion that would one day become known as Christianity.
Without him, the new faith could have died out 2,000 years ago. Paul was Christianity's first international ambassador, taking the story of Jesus out to the pagan world, sowing the seeds of a new idea that would sweep through the Roman Empire and change the course of Western civilization. Paul's story is told in the New Testament book of Acts and preserved in a remarkable series of his own letters written to small communities of believers scattered around the Roman world.
It was one of these letters that I read when I was filming in America about 25 years ago now. I read it in a hotel room. It was addressed simply to the Romans.
Even after 2,000 years, the extraordinary passion of Paul's words leap from the page. The hour has come for you to wake from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than we first believed. The night is nearly over. The day is almost here. Paul's letter to the small Christian community in Rome inspired and fashioned my own faith.
I became fascinated by him. As an actor, I actually felt I would like to play him. What sort of man was he? What gave him this power? How did he actually change Western thought?
To understand this man, I need to get a sense of his world. My journey of discovery starts here, in Jerusalem, the spiritual home of the Jewish people. It's so good to be up here and to look down on this extraordinary city. Today, Jerusalem is home to 3 of the world's major religions. For Jews, Christians, and Muslims, it's one of the most holy places on earth. I don't think you can ever forget when you're up here that this is possibly the most religious city in the world. 2 millennia ago, Judaism and the strict requirements of Jewish law dominated this city and every aspect of Paul's life. Still revered today, the Western or Wailing Wall is a remnant of the massive Jewish temple which once stood there. In Paul's day, it was the very heart and soul of the Jewish religion. But to really reach back to his time, I need to look beneath the surface of the modern city.
Now we are going now down underground to a tunnel. And that tunnel was built under the main street of Jerusalem. You see how deep we go down.
Jerusalem is one of the world's richest archaeological sites, and recent excavations offer tantalizing glimpses of the city Paul would have known. Archaeologist Eli Shukron took me beneath the streets into a recently discovered drainage channel filled with historical clues.
This is really narrow.
You are in a tunnel.
I'm in a tunnel.
Yeah, this is the experience.
I'm in a 2,000-year-old tunnel.
Yeah. You saw that stone?
Yeah.
This is the foundation of the Wailing Wall. Let's see it closely.
This is the original
stone, original foundation of the Western Wall, the Wailing Wall.
The Wailing Wall. So we are right underground.
We are right underground on the bedrock. You see, this is the bedrock, and this is the first stone of the Western Wall.
How old?
2,000.
2,000 years.
Yes.
That is mind-boggling, actually, absolutely. Look at the size of them. What am I going to do now? Am I going to dig?
Yes, of course. We're going to dig. We're going to dig in our excavation.
I'm going to uncover a bit of the Western Wall for the first time in 2,000 years.
And then what we need to do, just to take the dirt here, between the stone of the Western Wall, okay? And here we have a piece of pottery.
Oh?
Piece of jar, the ring of the jar.
2,000 years ago.
That's dirt on it. And this is the ring, you can see the ring of the jar.
There it is, look. And I'm uncovering the Western Wall now.
Now
I've got the Western Wall for the first time.
Yes.
You never know with every move that I make, this will be uncovered. I'd like to spend a longer time here. Change your career path.
You might be a villain now.
I love my job. Scraping away at the foundations of the Western Wall had literally put me in touch with Paul's time. But darker clues to Paul's world had survived in these tunnels. Jerusalem may have been Jewish, but it was also occupied by a brutal foreign invader.
Eli's just told me this stone is the main street.
Above us.
Above us.
This is the main street.
So that's the main street, and we're in the main drain.
The tunnel had been built to drain rainwater from Temple Mount, the site of the Jewish temple. But it was to become a secret escape route for rebel Jews. In the year 6 AD, around the time of Paul's birth, Jerusalem fell under direct rule of the Roman Empire. The Jews never accepted Roman occupation. Their very presence defined the holy city. But any protest was mercilessly put down. The Roman army maintained its iron grip on Jerusalem throughout Paul.
That was nice. Getting to spend some time with your mom.
Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise.
It's definitely a surprise. Are you expecting anyone else to pop in tonight?
No.
You? No. It's just us. The rest of the night.
I really like the sound of that.
Me too.
Sweeping the nation. Sweeping the nation. From Muhlenberg County to the Ring of West. Everybody's doing that. Crystal meth.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Good Morning Meth, the only talk show dedicated to crystal meth and the meth lifestyle. It used to be a morning show, then it turned into a morning and afternoon show, then it turned into a morning, afternoon, and evening show. Now we just leave the cameras on all the time because we don't sleep, y'all. Introduce me. I want to introduce my co-host. She's my girlfriend. The mother of my kids.
Sweeping the nation. Sweeping the nation. From Muhlenberg County to the Ring of West. Everybody.
A sin.
What's the update on Jocelyn Jacks? Is that right? Good to hear. Keep pushing her. Yes. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. If I remember correctly, the last time we spoke, you said you wanted nothing to do with me, so. May I ask what you're doing here now?
Fixing a huge mistake.
I guess we're all doing better than Diddy.
What are we? All right, if you don't know, I'll try to bring you up to speed very quickly. Basically, Diddy has been the devil for decades. And it's really only this year that everything's sort of coming to roost, right? It sort of started with a lawsuit brought by his ex-girlfriend, Cassie. And,
The mystery of Jesus' lost years in Egypt. The hot golden sands of Egypt stretched far and wide, bathing the landscape in the warm glow of the midday sun. Somewhere between the towering pyramids and the bustling cities of Alexandria and Thebes, an enigmatic boy walked in silence alongside his family, far from the safety of his homeland. This boy was Jesus of Nazareth, and these were the lost years, the years that the Bible's
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no-holds-barred truth on sports. The main event starts now.
Well, Black and White Sports fans, I was just sitting down watching the first half of the Cowboys game against the Ravens, and there was absolutely nothing to celebrate for the Cowboys. Absolutely nothing. I sat there, did not have a smile on my face. But then something made me laugh. While I was actually watching the game, because the Cowboys getting destroyed.
Can you please try and explain to me?
Orders, Captain. Shields at 50%. Orders, Captain.
We're up. Repeat April's last order.
Retreat and rendezvous. Retreat and rendezvous with the...
This is Formula.
Advil plus acetaminophen. Ibuprofen targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals.
Save when you subscribe to a Canada, US, Mexico phone plan.
Talking about you and me. You and me.
Rest in peace, God bless. I still put peace in it like that. Keep on doing the same thing all the people I'm trying to see. You do the same thing. The way you're fighting. You're fighting what you cannot control. And that's what you never got. So consistent to I have to raise my shit. That's all. more to say. But continue with you. Continue.
can I help you? Mom, what are you doing here? Just following orders, working myself ill so I can contribute to Her Highness's household coffers.
I'm not sure Daphne only meant to suggest that perhaps you might help out a little bit more at home. Childish attempt to embarrass us. Working here, she's hoping you'll retreat in humiliation.
I stopped being humiliated after she showed up in that spring break video.
Hello. Hey, Dad. Well, it's been 6